Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai.
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Damodara Rati Vardhana Vishe Hari Nishkuta Vrinda Vipineshe. Damodara Rati Vardhana Veshe Hari Nishkuta Vrinda Vipineshe. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Hey Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Hey Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Vrishabhanudadi Navashashilake Lalita Saki Gunaramita Vishake. Vrishabhanudadi Navashashilake Lalita Saki Gunaramita Vishake. Vrishabhanudadi Navashashilake Lalita Saki Gunaramita Vishake. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Hey Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Oh Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Karunam Kurumai Karunam Bharite Sanaka Sanatana Vanita Charite. Karunam Kurumai Vrite Sanaka Sanatana Vanita Charite. Karunam Kurumai karuna varite, sanaka sanatana vanita charite. Orare jaya jaya madhava daite. Orare jaya jaya madhava daite. He Radhe jaya jaya madhava daite. Radhe jaya jaya madhava daite. Gokula taruni mandala mahite. Gokula taruni mandala mahite. Go. Radhe jaya jaya madhava daite. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Shri Radhe. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. O Radhe Radhe Govinda Radhe. Kala Chandi Radhe, Radhe Radhe Kala Chandi Radhe. Oh Radhe Radhe Kala Chandi Radhe, Radhe Radhe Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Gauranita, Gauranita. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. And now we'll sing we'll recite the translation together. If you can read it, it's on the screen here. O Radha, O beloved of Madhava, O you who are worshipped by all the young girls of Gokul, all glories unto you, all glories unto you. You who dress yourself in such a way as to increase Lord Damodar's love and attachment for you. O Queen of Vrindavan, which is the pleasure grove of Lord Hari. O new moon that has arisen from the ocean of King Rishabhanu. O friend of Lalita, O you who make Vishaka loyal to you due to your wonderful qualities of friendliness, kindliness, and faithfulness to Krishna. O you who are filled with compassion, O you whose divine characteristics are described by the great sages Sanaka and Sanatana. O Radha, please be merciful unto me. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai.
Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Padavikacharya Astotara Satta Shri Shrimad His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Padavikacharya Astotara Satta Shri Shrimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shaimakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Jamuna Mai Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai. Holy Appearance Day of Srimati Radharani Ki Jai. Radha Astami Ki Jai. Gaur Premanandi. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Ki Jai. So Thank you all so much for being here for this wonderful festival today. So shortly we'll have a class by Her Grace Prabhupada Priya Prabhu. Prabhupada Priya Prabhu ki jai. After class, there will be bhajans and kirtans continuing in the temple room until 10 o'clock when we will have the abhishek of the deities on the altar. This is the liquid substances abhishek. And that will go from 10 to 10:30. And at 10:30, we'll have class by His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj from 10:30 to 12. Haribo. And at 12 o'clock, we will have Pushpa Abhishek in the temple room. Just a few things to mention for that time is here in front of the deities, space will be reserved for small children and their mothers in front of the deities here. And for those of you that have been here, that are here right now, that will be here later, please keep an eye out for our elderly devotees to make sure they can find a seat along the benches. Sometimes the benches get occupied by those that maybe don't physically need them. So we want to host them nicely. We'll also have a darshan line going on the side of the temple during the Pushpa Abhishek as well. And of course, after Abhishek, we'll have a nice prasadam feast. And for those of you that are looking for some seva opportunities, we have a few opportunities to help with serving prasadam after the Pushpa Abhishek and washing the containers from the prasadam and cleaning up in the temple room afterwards. So please volunteer and let me know if you would like to help. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Shri Radhastami ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Is it on? Jai Radha Madhava Punjabi Hari. Jaya Radha Madhava Punjabi Hari. Gopi Janavalabha Girivardhari. Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivardhari. Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So welcome everyone to this morning's special Srimad Bhagavatam class in honor of Srimati Radharani on her Transcendental Appearance Day. Radhastami Maha Mahotsava Ki Jai. So I've chosen a verse here from Canto 10, Chapter 30, Text 28. This is a very special verse. This is the one verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam where the name of Srimati Radharani is mentioned, but in a hidden way. So you'll see it as we recite the Sanskrit. Where devotees can see the Sanskrit. Anayaradito nunam 10:30:28. Sorry. We'll get there. Ten 30:28. All right. Take two. Anayaradito nunam Bhagavan Harir Ishvaraha Yanno Vihaya Govinda Prito Yam Anayadraha. So this verse is actually spoken by the gopis in defense of Srimati Radharani. Anayaradito nunam Bhagavan Harir Ishvaraha Yanno Vihaya Govinda Prito Yam Anayadraha. Please chant. Anayaradito nunam Bhagavan Harir Ishvaraha Yadno Vihaya Govinda Prito Yamana Yadraha. Anayadnato nunam Bhagavan Harir Ishvaraha Yanno Vihaya Govinda. Prito Vihaya Govinda Prito Yamana Yadraha. Anayaradito nunam Bhagavan Harir Ishvaraha Yanno Vihaya Govinda Prito Yamana Yadraha. All right, let's do the word for word. We can do this all together. Anaya, by her. Aradita, perfectly worshipped. Nunam, certainly. Bhagavan, the supreme of Godhead. Hari, Lord Krishna. Ishvara, the supreme controller. Yad, inasmuch as. Na, us. Vihaya, rejecting. Govinda, Lord Govinda. Prita, pleased. Yam, whom. Anayat, led. Raha, to a secluded place. Translation and purport by the disciples of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Certainly this particular gopi has perfectly worshipped the all-powerful personality of Godhead Govinda, since he was so pleased with her that he abandoned the rest of us and brought her to a secluded place. Who is that particular gopi? Jai Shri Radhe. So please repeat. Certainly this particular gopi has perfectly worshipped the all-powerful personality of Godhead, Govinda, since he was so pleased with her that he abandoned the rest of us and brought her to a secluded place. I'm going to get back to the purport actually, because I want to go back a little bit here in time in the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam, and we're going to skip back. If you want, you can also go back with the thing there to 10:29:47, because this is where this episode starts off. 29. So this is the end of the chapter called Krishna and the gopis meet. So in this chapter, the gopis and Krishna meet, and they have so many loving exchanges, and they start to dance. They're having the Rasa Leela dance, but then something happens. Krishna detects some feeling which is not conducive towards the love that he wants to accentuate and relish in during the rasa dance. So this is speaking of that. It says, Evan Bhagavata Krishna labdamana mahatmana atmana me nirestrinam maninyo yadikam bhuvi. The gopis became proud of themselves for having received such special attention from Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and each of them thought herself the best woman on earth. So this was, the purport says, the gopis were proud because they had attained as their lover the devotees. So in a sense, they were proud of Krishna. So this seems like, that's not a fault to be proud of Krishna, right? If we're proud of ourselves, that's a fault. But if we're proud of Krishna, that Krishna is so wonderful, Krishna is so amazing, that's a good thing, right? We should be proud of Krishna. And we can also be proud of our relationship. I'm a devotee of Krishna. Such a wonderful thing to be a devotee of Krishna. So in the purport, that's being brought out, that it wasn't necessarily a fault. And it says here that also the pride of the gopis was a pretense created by Krishna's pastime potency in order to intensify their love for him through separation. So this is also, it's not that the gopis had the fault, the anartha of being proud. But one, it was a good thing because it was in relation to Krishna. And two, it was Krishna's desire that this feeling arise in them because he had a particular objective in mind, to intensify their love through separation. In this connection, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur quotes Bharad Muni's Natyam Shastra that direct contact is not fully appreciated until separation has been experienced. And then in the next verse here, Tasam tatso bhagamadam vikshyamanam cha keshava prashamaya prasadaya tatraivantaradiyata. Lord Keshava, seeing the gopis too proud of their good fortune, wanted to relieve them of this pride and show them further mercy. Thus he immediately disappeared. So the acharyas bring out the word prasadaya, which means mercy. It was actually Krishna's mercy. Sometimes Krishna shows his mercy in ways that don't appear to us to be very merciful. The disciples of Prabhupada write, the Lord Krishna was not going to neglect the gopis. Rather, he would increase the power of their loving affairs by making another spectacular arrangement. After all, the gopis were basically proud of Krishna. He also made this arrangement, as we shall see, to show special favor to the beautiful young daughter of King Vrishabhanu. So this was another reason, is to increase their love through separation. That's one reason. And also to show us that pride is not something that Krishna likes. Of course, in this case, the gopis weren't really proud, but in our case, we are really proud sometimes. And so it's a lesson for us that when there's pride, then Krishna disappears. Krishna turns away from pridefulness. He's attracted by humility. And then the third reason is to show special favor, to glorify Srimati Radharani as the best of all transcendental cowherd girls of Vraj, who are all totally absorbed in love with him. But of all his lovers, Srimati Radharani is the most beloved and the best at giving him transcendental pleasure. So this pastime glorifies Srimati Radharani. And in the Kavi Karnapur's book, Ananda Vrindavan Champu, he says this very poetically. He says, the gopis were on a boat, sailing on the river, being pushed by the winds of prema. So you can imagine there's a sailboat pushed by the winds. The gopis are on that boat, and the wind that's pushing them along is prema, is their love for Krishna. So they're gliding, on the surface of the water, relishing the excitement of these waves. Then suddenly Krishna broke the boat, and the gopis had to bail out the water of pride. A nice way of putting it. So who caused the water of pride to come into the boat? Krishna. Krishna broke the boat, right? Krishna came and he caused some crack there in the hull of the ship. And then the water started gradually coming in. And then who had to bail it out? The gopis. So this is Krishna. So Krishna left suddenly. And it's described that it was so sudden that, see, at that time in the Rasa Leela, Krishna expands himself to be with every gopi, just like we see here in the beautiful painting. So Krishna's with every gopi, and the gopis are all interacting with him in their own unique, loving ways. They're all serving him in different ways according to their heart's desire to serve Krishna. And so one devotee, one gopi, she's about to put a garland on Krishna. So she's strung this beautiful garland, and now's the moment when Krishna's right there with her. She feels like Krishna's only with me. I just want to offer him this garland I made with love. And she's just about to put the garland on Krishna, and Krishna's gone, right? She's just about to let it go. She lets it go, and she's thinking it's going to fall on Krishna's shoulders, and it falls on the ground. She's like, what happened? And then another gopi, she's dancing with Krishna, and she's, just about to go in for the twirl. She twirls around, and when she looks back, when she comes around full circle and where Krishna is supposed to be, he's not there. Where's Krishna? So all of them have this experience of, Krishna's there, and suddenly he's not there anymore. He just disappeared from all of them. And so all of a sudden, whereas just a minute ago, they were, absorbed in so much ecstasy, so much bliss, now all of a sudden they're plunged into the ocean of grief and separation from Krishna. So this pain of separation from Krishna is very, very intense for the gopis because of the intensity of their love. So we can experience this also in our relationships, that proportionate to the intensity with which we love someone is the pain that we feel when we're separated from them. And, if anyone has had the unfortunate experience of, losing someone dear to them, having a loved one die, especially if you're a parent and you have a child that dies untimely when they're just small, it's just so heart-wrenching. It's maddening. It's enough to make the person just go insane, actually. And it just tears your heart apart day and night. I remember one time I was actually at Radhakund last year, and I was going to visit a friend who lives there, and she's a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Anyway, so I was on the way to the house, and we had to pass through this little area where there was a lot of people gathered, and there was a lot of emotion. And you could hear people wailing, just wailing and screaming. And the energy was like very intense and intensely disturbing. And I was just like, what is going on? And then my friend said that the family just had a child die. So it was this emotion of just like wailing out in total grief, just maddening grief, forgetting everything else, not caring about what people think of you, like just the world is over. And so, we feel this, we can feel this intensity of grief and separation from a loved one. But who is our most dear loved one? Who do we have actually the closest relationship with? That's Krishna. For every soul, Krishna is the dearmost object of love. Our closest friend, our best friend is Krishna. So here we are in the material world, separated from Krishna. Why are we not wailing? Why are we not beating our head against the wall, in pain of separation? So Bhagavatam describes, because our hearts are steel framed. So that love is inside. The love is inside the heart, but it's trapped, it's caged within a steel or an iron cage. And it can't get out. So we don't experience it. But the fire of Krishna consciousness, the fire of bhakti, is so strong that it's able to melt even steel, even the steel frame of our hearts. So if we go on practicing bhakti, then gradually the steel frame will soften and it'll start to crack, and some of these ecstatic loving emotions for Krishna that are in there will emerge, and will start to leak out, and we'll taste real love for Krishna, that love that is ours, that is by our nature, that we have this love for Krishna, and it'll gradually flood the heart. So this is the stage of bhava bhakti, when the bhav, ecstatic loving emotion for Krishna, floods the heart, and the heart becomes very soft, like melted butter. So Srimati Radharani's heart is described like that, as being like melted butter, so soft. And the soft-heartedness of the prema bhaktas, of those who have actually love for Krishna, gives an extreme sweetness and tenderness to all of their interactions with each other. So, sometimes devotees can be critical, can be harsh with each other. And this is not the nature of love for Krishna. Radharani is not harsh with other devotees. So we can tell a devotee's advancement in Krishna consciousness by the symptom of sweet, affectionate, loving dealings with other devotees. So in this pastime, Krishna warns about pride. Right? That's what we're seeing here, is that Krishna doesn't like it when we think that we're better than others, when we think that we're something special, the most fortunate person in the world, or I'm the best at doing this particular service. Even if you are, objectively speaking, from a material point of view, the best person, like you make the best garlands, or no one cooks as good as you, or no one dresses the deities as beautifully as you do, or no one plays mridanga as skillfully as you do. Materially, that may be an objective fact, right? But all of our material qualities, we need to remember, are due to karma, right? They're basically due to our past credits that give us a propensity for those things, and due to our present, how much practice we've put into it, which is also a kind of karma. When we act, when we practice things in this world, we became good at it. So that's all good. That's all great when we do it in the service of Krishna, but we should remember that these abilities are also temporary, right? Anything material is temporary. So we shouldn't think that because I can do this better than another devotee, that I am intrinsically better than another devotee, because that's not the case. Because Krishna says, Samoham Sarvabhuteshu, that he sees all living entities as equal, as we are on the spiritual platform. And Krishna is not so impressed by our material abilities anyway. He's impressed by the bhakti, the bhakti, the devotion with which we offer those material abilities to him. And we see this in the pastime of Lord Ramachandra when they're building the bridge to Lanka, right? This is the famous example of this, that Hanuman was carrying big boulders and throwing them in there to make the bridge to Lanka. And these little squirrels and spiders were there coming with little grains of sand or little tiny pebbles. And Hanuman was thinking, what is the use of their service? Look at what I'm doing. I'm so much bigger. I'm so much stronger. I'm doing so much bigger and better service. You squirrels and spiders, just get out of the way. But Lord Ramachandra wasn't impressed by that. He wasn't happy by that at all. And he didn't think, I'll just tolerate this because Hanuman's doing great service. He's doing service leaps and bounds above everybody else. No, he chastised Hanuman. He said, Hanuman, it's not like that. These spiders and squirrels have just as much devotion as you do, and they're doing their best in the same way that you're doing your best. So don't think that their service is less than yours. Everybody is serving according to their capacity. And in fact, Srimati Radharani actually supports the underdog. So we see this in the pastime of Radharani has this amazing pastime with a jackal. This takes place near Radha Kund in Vrindavan, that there's this jackal. So jackals, we hear all throughout the scriptures that jackals are inauspicious animals, right? Like at the time when Duryodhana was born, the jackals were howling, and the sages could understand that this was an inauspicious birth, and that this child would cause a lot of harm and destruction to the dynasty. So jackals, they're these, if you've ever been to Mayapur especially, there's many jackals prowling around Mayapur at night, and they're very creepy. They look like dogs, but they're the scruffiest, mangiest dogs you ever seen, and they're just like, they slink around. They're super creepy and scary. And they live in holes in the ground. So one day there was a jackal. It was a young jackal. It was just a small jackal, and some village boys were pestering it like anything. They were throwing stones at the jackal and beating it with sticks, and they would surround the jackal. It would try to run away, and there were so many boys. They made it couldn't get away. Whichever way it ran, they would hit it with sticks or throw stones at it, and say mean things and laugh at the jackal. So finally, the jackal managed to go through somebody's legs and run and get into the hole, into its burrow. And then the boys thought, now we're going to catch him. Now he's trapped in the burrow. So they took some sticks and they got some matches and they started a fire there, right at the opening of the burrow. And they were making like that, fanning the smoke so that all the smoke would go inside. They're thinking that the jackal's going to suffocate, or he's going to have to come out. And when he comes out, then we're going to continue our fun with him, torturing him basically. So sometimes, the village boys can be a little mean to the animals. You see that sometimes even in Vraj, they're pestering some poor animal. So this was going on. Gradually Srimati Radharani got to know about it, that this jackal was being tortured. And she thought, no, this is Vrindavan, this is Radha Kund, this is my place. No living entity should have to suffer like that. Nobody should be tortured in my dham. And so she told Lalita to go there and stop those boys from doing it. So Lalita went there, and Lalita, she's very strong personality, very intense, and she went there and she said, you boys just get out of here, leave the jackal alone. So she drove the boys away, she chastised them, and the jackal came out of the hole. And Lalita Devi, she assured the jackal, she said, don't worry, those boys are gone. And she picked up the jackal, and she carried the jackal to Srimati Radharani. And then Radharani, she took the jackal on her lap, and she was petting it to try to relieve it of its stress and calm it down. And she told the jackal that from this day on, you will enter my eternal pastimes as one of my personal loving pets. So she gave her mercy to that jackal. So we see that Srimati Radharani, she doesn't discriminate between who's qualified, who's unqualified, who has an auspicious life, who has an inauspicious life. It doesn't matter. Srimati Radharani's compassion knows no bounds. And so this jackal is actually compared to us, that here we are in the material world, in a state of material bondage. So in the same way that jackal was trapped in the burrow, so we're trapped here in the cycle of repeated birth and death in the material world. And the jackal is an inauspicious being, and we're leading our inauspicious lives in an inauspicious situation in this inauspicious body, surrounded by, so many difficulties. And the sticks and stones and fire that the boys were using to torment the jackal are compared to the threefold miseries of material nature, right? The miseries caused by our own bodies and minds, the miseries caused by other living entities, and the miseries caused by the natural elements and natural disasters like that. So we're suffering in this way just like the jackal. And Lalita represents the spiritual master who comes and pushes away all of our material suffering and releases us from material bondage and brings us very lovingly to the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. And then Srimati Radharani welcomes us back as servants in her eternal pastimes. And she recommends us to Krishna. So like that, Srimati Radharani is very merciful. And this mood of Srimati Radharani of overlooking the faults is very pleasing to Krishna. It's uplifting to everyone, and Radharani is giving the highest benediction. So this is why Krishna leaves the rasa dance is because he wants to show special favor, special appreciation for these transcendental qualities of Srimati Radharani. He wants to be alone with her, to show everyone that she's not just another gopi. She is the best. She's the best gopi, like we are singing. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. That out of all the gopis, out of all the Gokula Tarunis, so we were explaining the other day that Taruni means a young girl, that she's not a little girl, but she's not yet a woman. She's just a budding adolescent, Taruni. So out of all of the Tarunis in Gokul, the Gokula Tarunis, so there's a whole circle, there's a whole mandala of these beautiful Gokula Tarunis. And out of the whole Gokula Taruni mandala, Srimati Radharani is the Mahita. She's the greatest. So Krishna wanted to show this, the Radharani's greatness, that she is unequaled. She excels all others. So Krishna's left the rasa dance. The gopis are distressed. And so they head out to search for Krishna. And that's the next chapter. Chapter 30 is entitled The Gopis Search for Krishna. So they're searching and searching. They're looking everywhere. And they're desperate to find Krishna, right? They're crying. Their hearts are just dying for Krishna, to see him again and to have him amidst them again. And they're asking everyone because they're desperate. They're desperate to find Krishna. So they're asking the trees. They're saying, "Oh, trees, we can see that your leaves and your flowers and your buds are standing up in ecstasy. So we're surmising that the son of Nandaraj must have just passed through here. Can you please tell us which way he went?" But the trees are just standing there silently. And the gopis are frustrated with the trees. So they keep walking on looking for Krishna. And then they look down and they're looking at the earth. So they say, "Oh, earth, what auspicious activities have you done to be able to be always in contact with the lotus feet of Krishna? Wherever Krishna is, we don't know where he is right now, but you must know where he is because he's always touching you. You can feel the impact of his feet on your surface right now. So by that sensation, you know where he is. So you can tell us where he is. So please tell us, where should we go to find him?" But the earth doesn't say anything in return. So they keep walking, and then they see some deer. And they say, "Oh, deer, you have beautiful lotus eyes. And I can see that those eyes are full of tears. Just like we've seen you before. We've seen when Krishna plays the flute, and we all come running, and you come running too. And you're so fortunate, actually more fortunate than us, because our husbands don't support us in going to see Krishna. We have to break through. We have to escape from them by force. And we have to approach Krishna alone. But you're so lucky because you can come with Krishna together with your husbands, and you can be together, and you can serve Krishna together by your services, your loving glances." And we notice that. We notice how when you glance at Krishna, your eyes are just full of tears, and sometimes the tears are streaming down your cheeks and all the way down your beautiful long necks. And we see that your eyes are full of tears right now, so we think that Krishna must have just passed through. So please tell us, how can we find Krishna? And the deer don't say anything in return. So the gopis, their desperation only increases. So they're walking, and now they're starting to feel depressed and hopeless. They're just looking down at the ground. And then looking down at the ground, they notice, "Oh, what is that?" And they see a footprint of Krishna. And they know that it's Krishna's footprints because Krishna's feet have the special symbols, all these special symbols on each foot. And so they know this is Krishna's. And now they become really excited. Now there's hope. Hope comes back to them. Their grief starts to fade away, and the hope of meeting Krishna arises in their hearts. So now they're following the footsteps. They're literally tracking Krishna the way like a hunter tracks an animal. They're looking at they're seeing the foot. "Oh, here's another one, here's another one." Sometimes they lose it because there's a lot of like moss in the forest floor, or there's a lot of stony area, a lot of like long flat stones. It doesn't leave any prints. So they're like, "Oh no, where is it? Oh, it's over here, I see it, come. Yes, that's it. Let's keep going." So like that, they're all looking and finding the footprints, and they're going like that. And then all of a sudden somebody notices something else there. And they're like, "Oh wait, what is this? This is a different footprint." They see it's a little smaller, and the symbols on that footprint are different. And then one of Radharani's gopis notices, "Oh, I know that footprint. That's Srimati Radharani's footprint." So then Actually, we can go to, excuse me, chapter 30, text 26. This is where the gopis discover that second footprint. So I'll just say, Taistai padaistad padavim anvat. Just say it together with me. Anvichintyo grato bala vadva padaisu prikratani vilokyartai samubravo. Sorry, I can't see it very well. The gopis began following Krishna's path, as shown by his many footprints. But when they saw that these prints were thoroughly intermixed with those of his dearmost consort, they became perturbed and spoke as follows. So, who became perturbed? Of course, it wasn't Radharani's gopis. It wasn't Radharani's friends. But we were talking about how there are different groups of devotees, of gopis. There are 4 different groups of gopis. So there are Radha's own group, and then there's a group which is another group which is friendly to Srimati Radharani's group. Then there's a group which is neutral. They're like, they don't really mind whether Radharani's Krishna's with Radharani or not. It just doesn't faze them. And then there's another group which is actually they're rivals to Srimati Radharani. Srimati Radharani's competitors, headed by Chandravali. So this is Chandravali's gopis who are perturbed. The acharyas explain like this. So Chandravali's gopis are perturbed. They're thinking, how dare Krishna abandon us for this cowherd girl? Right? She's nobody special. She's just another cowherd girl. So why would he leave us to be with her like that? So they're a little perturbed, and they say this. So now this next group is spoken by the gopis who are more neutral. So this is text 27. Kasya padani chaitani yataya nandasunana amsa nyasta prakoshtaya kareno karinayata. These gopis said, here we see the footprints of some gopi who must have been walking along with the son of Nanda Maharaj. He must have put his arm on her shoulder, just as an elephant rests his trunk on the shoulder of an accompanying she-elephant. So they're comparing them to the male elephant and the she-elephant. And if you've ever seen an elephant walk, the elephants in Mayapur, when you see them walk, of course, I think they're not there in Mayapur anymore, unfortunately, but they kind of swagger, you know, they heavy steps, and they walk slowly, and they sway, and their body goes down and on this side and up on this side and down on this side and up on this side, and it's very beautiful. It's like waves on the ocean, you know. Their body just becomes like wave-like. So they're imagining that Krishna is walking like this, and this very, this confident, very male kind of swagger, you know. And that he's got his arm around Srimati Radharani's shoulder like that, because the footprints are very close together. So it's not that they're walking separately, they're walking very close together like one kind of unit. They notice like that. So now the next verse, this is the verse that we recited at the beginning of the class, text 28. This is Radharani's gopis, and they're observing how Chandravali's gopis are perturbed by the fact that Krishna's abandoned all of them for Radharani, and they're saying, Anaya radito nunam Bhagavan Harir Ishvaraha Yanno Vihaya Govinda Krito Yam Anayadraha. Certainly, this particular gopi has perfectly worshipped the all-powerful personality of Godhead Govinda, since he was so pleased with her that he abandoned the rest of us and brought her to a secluded place. So they're saying, I don't know what you're so perturbed about. Obviously, the reason that Krishna abandoned all of us to be with this gopi is because she's the best. I mean, isn't that clear? This particular gopi must have perfectly, none of our worship was perfect. None of our worship could compare to the perfection of Srimati Radharani's worship. And therefore, just to be with someone who knows how to perfectly worship him, who knows how to perfectly please him, then he left all of us whose service is imperfect, who maybe sometimes we give him a slight bit of displeasure. He just wanted to be with the person who pleases him fully and completely. Doesn't it make total sense? So like that. So now we'll read the purport here. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti explains that the word Aradhita refers to Srimati Radharani. He comments, The sage Shukadeva Goswami has tried with all endeavor to keep her name hidden, but now it automatically shines forth from the moon of his mouth. That he has spoken her name is indeed her mercy, and thus the word Aradhita is like the rumbling of a kettle drum sounded to announce her great good fortune. So, yeah, Shukadeva Goswami, he's very careful throughout the Srimad Bhagavatam to not mention the name of Srimati Radharani. And that's because in Radha and Krishna's eternal Leela, Shukadeva Goswami is a very intimate servant of Radha and Krishna. And so if he would say the name of Radha, then his heart would just melt. And he would become so ecstatic that he wouldn't be able to continue reciting Radha and Krishna's pastimes or complete the Bhagavatam. And he's sensitive to the fact that here's Maharaj Parikshit, this great devotee who's on the verge of death and who really wants to, immerse himself in Krishna at the time of leaving his body so that he can go back to the spiritual world. So in his service, in his Vaishnav Seva, in his service to the Vaishnava, Maharaj Parikshit, in supporting him and helping him in his journey back home, back to Godhead, he knows that he needs to keep speaking. He needs to keep narrating the pastimes of Krishna and complete the Bhagavatam. And if he says the name of Radha, he's going to stop. He's just going to freeze. He's going to become stunned, speechless, and he won't be able to continue. And then what's going to happen to Maharaj Parikshit? So he controls himself. He has to contain and restrain himself from saying the name Radha. But here it says that he's tried with all endeavor to keep her name hidden, but it shines forth. It's impossible to hide the moon. So it shines forth from the moon of his mouth. Just like if the moon is covered with a cloud, you can still see that some moonlight is coming. There's a shiny rim on the cloud, or that cloud is a little brighter than the other clouds in the dark sky, which are just totally black. So we're not seeing the full name of Radha, but we're seeing a little bit of glimmer behind the cloud of Shukadeva Goswami's veil, the veil that he's putting up, so that he is able to contain himself. So this actually makes, when things are hidden, it becomes sometimes more tasteful than when you just come right out and say something. There's this story of that Burijan Prabhu tells, that one time he made a ring, or he had a ring made, a golden ring made for Srila Prabhupada. And so it was this beautiful golden ring, and it was engraved inside. It had an engraving that said Jai ISKCON. So he gave this ring to Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada, he appreciated it, and he put it on his finger. So then some days later, Srila Prabhupada was getting his massage, and there was a devotee there. His name was Sudam Prabhu, one of Prabhupada's disciples, was massaging Srila Prabhupada. So he was massaging all over, and he was massaging his arms, and then massaging his hands, and then he saw that Srila Prabhupada had this nice gold ring that he'd never noticed before. So then he says, Srila Prabhupada, where did you get this new ring? And then Burijan Prabhu happened to be sitting there. He was sitting there in the vicinity of the place where Srila Prabhupada was getting his massage. So Srila Prabhupada, he just smiled, and he turned and looked at Burijan Prabhu with a very loving smile, and he looked him in the eye, and then he just turned away, and he looked back at Sudam Prabhu, and he said, someone. And later on, Burijan Prabhu reflected that he was thinking that if Srila Prabhupada had said his name, that, Burijan Prabhu over here gave me this ring, then he might have felt like a tinge of pride, like I did some special service for Prabhupada, and Prabhupada accepted it. But because Prabhupada didn't say his name, because he just said someone, but he gave him that look, then it was more sweet. It was like Srila Prabhupada and him had this little secret, like a silent pact of love between them that was unknown to anyone else. And he really felt that. He felt that intimacy, that it was a closeness that was even more personal than if Srila Prabhupada had actually said his name. So he appreciated that. And so this is the nature of love, that sometimes it's indirect. And that's a feature of Radha and Krishna's pastimes. Krishna's pastimes with any of the gopis is that it's a lot of indirect speech, right? It's called parokshavad, indirect speech, in which they'll say something, but there'll be some hidden meaning. They'll just say something that just may even seem like a, some insult or some, uncouth words or something, but hidden, there's another meaning that's full of deep, deep affection and appreciation. And this makes the loving exchanges between Radha and Krishna very sweet and very confidential. So, yeah, it's not always necessary to say, I love you, right? The words, those 3 words are very easy to say, but it's harder to actually truly love someone. So sometimes we see that that Radha and her friends, when they talk to Krishna, because they have this contrary mood, that sometimes they say some harsh words. Like the other day we were telling the pastime about how Krishna came late for an arranged meeting, and the gopis were very upset, and Lalita was speaking very harshly to Krishna, and she ultimately just sent him away. Just get out of here. We don't want to see your face. So sometimes they speak very harshly, but it's all different flavors. There's all different flavors of their ecstatic love for Krishna. So we have to have no doubt that no matter what the gopis say, especially Srimati Radharani and her intimate friends, no matter what they say and do towards Krishna, it's all out of the deepest ecstatic love. And they do it for Krishna's pleasure, because Krishna loves that contrary nature. And that's why he keeps going to Srimati Radharani and leaving all the very submissive gopis behind. So I wanted to read a little bit from Chaitanya Charitamrita. There's several places in Chaitanya Charitamrita that talk about Srimati Radharani and her love for Krishna. But I've chosen a part in the beginning. This is in Adi Leela chapter 4. I'll read a section here that starts from text 68. Are you going to put it up there? So Adi Leela chapter 4, text 68. Yeah, we can say the Bengali together. Singh Rupu told me that this class could go along till like 9:30, so we have some time. So it's always sweet. Somehow, even though I don't understand Bengali, I know some words, like some familiar words, but somehow reading the Bengali of Chaitanya Charitamrita is just so sweet that, I don't know, it just makes the English more, like 10 times more ecstatic when you read the Bengali. I don't know if others have experienced that, but I experienced it. Okay, so let's do it. Ladini sara prema prema sara bhava bhavera parama kasta nama mahabhava. The essence of the Hladini potency is love of God. The essence of love of God is emotion, bhava, and the ultimate development of emotion is mahabhava. Yeah, so Srimati Radharani is the personification of Krishna's Hladini Shakti, his pleasure-giving potency, which Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is saying is the essence of love of God. So she's the personification of the essence of love of God in its highest, ultimate form of development. That's Srimati. Oh, that's called Mahabhav. All right, I'm jumping ahead. Let's go to the next one. Mahabhava. Oh, you're going to have to be fast, Ajit. Mahabhava Swarupa Shri Radha Thakurani Sarvaguna Kani Krishna Kanta Shiromani. So here's where he says, Shri Radha Thakurani is the embodiment of Mahabhav. She is the repository of all good qualities and the crest jewel among all the lovely consorts of Lord Krishna. Text 70. Tayor apyubayor madhye radhika sarvatadika mahabhava sarupeyam gunar ativariyasi. Of these 2 gopis, Radharani and Chandravali, Srimati Radharani is superior in all respects. She is the embodiment of Mahabhava, and she surpasses all in good qualities. This is from Rupa Goswami's book, Ujjvala Nilamani. Krishna Prema Bhavita. Sorry. Krishna Prema Bhavita Yanra Chitendriya Kaya Krishna Nitya Shakti Radha Kridara Sahaya. Her mind, senses, and body are steeped in love for Krishna. She is Krishna's own energy, and she helped him in his pastimes. So everything about Radharani, her mind, her senses, her whole body is steeped in love for Krishna, because there's no difference between Radharani's body and soul. And she is the embodiment of love for Krishna in its essence, in its highest form, the highest form of prema, the highest form of loving emotion, Mahabhav. And her body is made of that. Every little atom, if you can call it an atom, every spiritual atom of her body is composed of Mahabhav, ecstasy, loving ecstasy for Krishna. And yeah, Prabhupada writes, Srimati Radharani is as fully spiritual as Krishna. No one should consider her to be material. Okay, now we'll go to the next one. This is Brahma Samhita. Ananda chinmaya rasa pratibhavitabhis tabhirya eva nijarupataya kalabhi goloka eva nivasatya kilatma bhuto govinda maripurusham tamaham bhajami. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who resides in his own realm, Goloka, with Radha, who resembles his own spiritual figure, and who embodies the ecstatic potency Hladini. Their companions are her confidants, who embody extensions of her bodily form, and who are imbued and permeated with ever-blissful spiritual rasa. So this verse is saying that Srimati Radharani resembles Krishna's own spiritual form. She's actually an expansion. She's Krishna's energy, so she's an expansion from Krishna's own spiritual form. And it's saying also that her companions, all of the gopis, are extensions of Srimati Radharani's bodily form. So all the gopis are expansions of Srimati Radharani. She's the origin of all gopis, all lovers of Krishna. In fact, all devotees. So let's continue. Krishnare karaya yaiche rasa asvadana kridar sahaya yaiche shuna vivarana. Now please listen to how Lord Krishna's consorts help him taste rasa and how they help him in his pastimes. Krishna kanta gana deki trividha prakara Eka Lakshmi Gana Pure Mahishi Gana Ara Rajangana Rupa Ara Kanta Gana Sara Shri Radhika Haite Kanta Ganera Vistara. The beloved consorts of Lord Krishna are of three kinds: the goddesses of fortune, the queens, and the milkmaids of Raj, who are the foremost of all. These consorts all proceed from Radhika. Avatari Krishna Yaiche Kare Avatara Amshini Radha Haite Tina Ganera Vistara. Just as the fountainhead, Lord Krishna, is the cause of all incarnations, so Shri Radha is the cause of all these consorts. You see that Krishna Das Kaviraj is not shy to say the name of Radha. Fortunately for us. Vaibhava Gana Yena Tanra Anga Vibhuti Bimba Pratibimba Rupa Mahishira Tati. The goddesses of fortune are partial manifestations of Srimati Radhika, and the queens are reflections of her image. Lakshmi Gana Tanra Vaibhava Vilasam Sharupa Mahishi Gana Vaibhava Prakasha Swarupa. The goddesses of fortune are her plenary portions, and they display the forms of Vaibhava Vilas. The queens are of the nature of her Vaibhava Prakash. There's different categories of expansions of Srimati Radharani. Akara Swabhava Bhede Vraja Devi Gana Kaya Vyuha Rupa Tanra Rasera Karana. The Vraja Devis have diverse bodily features. They are her expansions and are the instruments for expanding rasa. Bahu Kanta Vina Mahera Sera Ulasa Lilara Sahaya Lagi Bahuta Prakasha. Without many consorts, there is not such exaltation in rasa. Therefore, there are many manifestations of Srimati Radharani to assist in the Lord's pastimes. So even though Srimati Radharani herself gives so much pleasure to Krishna, and she's made of pleasure-giving potency, but still it says without many consorts, there is not such exaltation in rasa. And therefore Radharani, because she knows how to give so much pleasure to Krishna, and she lives to give pleasure to Krishna, she knows how to increase Krishna's pleasure by expanding herself into so many other gopis and different forms of expansions which give even more pleasure to Krishna, or who give more pleasure to Krishna. Taramadye vrajanana bhavarasa bhede Krishna ke karaya rasadika lila svade. Among them are various groups of consorts in Vraj who have varieties of sentiments and mellows. They help Krishna taste all the sweetness of the rasa dance and other pastimes. Now this is nice, it's all different names of Srimati Radharani. Govinda Nandini Radha Govinda Mohini Govinda Sarvasva Sarvakanta Shiromani. Radha is the one who gives pleasure to Govinda, and she is also the enchantress of Govinda. She is the be-all and end-all of Govinda, and the crest jewel of all his consorts. Devi Krishna Mai Prokta Radhika Pada Devata Sarva Lakshmi Mai Sarva Kanti Samohini Para. The transcendental goddess, Srimati Radharani, is the direct counterpart of Lord Sri Krishna. She is the central figure for all the goddesses of fortune. She possesses all the attractiveness to attract the all-attractive personality of Godhead. She is the primeval internal potency of the Lord. I really like that phrase. She possesses all the attractiveness to attract the all-attractive personality of Godhead. Devi kahi dyotamana parama sundari kimba Krishna puja kridar vasati nagari. Devi means resplendent and most beautiful, or else it means the lovely abode of the worship and love sports of Lord Krishna. He really unpacked that. There's a lot contained there in the word Devi. Krishna mai Krishna yara bhitare bahire yana yana netra pade tanha Krishna spure. Krishna mai means one who's within and without our Lord Krishna. She sees Lord Krishna wherever she casts her glance. She sees Krishna everywhere. Imva prema rasamaya Krishna raswarupa tanra shakti tanra saha haya ekarupa. Or Krishnamai means that she is identical with Lord Krishna, for she embodies the mellows of love. The energy of Lord Krishna is identical with him. Vishnavancha purtirupa kare aradane Ataeva Radhika Nama Purana Vakane. Her worship, Aradhana, consists of fulfilling the desires of Lord Krishna. Therefore, the Puranas call her Radhika. So the way that Radharani worships her is not like the way that we worships Krishna, is not the way we worship Krishna. Right? We go on the altar and offer incense, ghee lamp, flower, like that, fan. But Radharani worships Krishna by dancing with him, by embracing him, by speaking so many sweet, affectionate words to him. Her worship is all of her loving gestures and loving activities with Krishna. So it's a very special worship. Text 88. Now this is a verse that will ring a bell to you now, hopefully. Anaya radito nunam Bhagavan Harir Ishvaraha Yanno Vihaya Govinda Prito Yam Anayadraha. Truly, the personality of Godhead has been worshipped by her. Therefore, Lord Govinda, being pleased, has brought her to a lonely spot, leaving all of us behind. So this kind of brings us full circle. Now we're back. So we're back here in the forest of Vraj, where the gopis have just discovered, they haven't found Krishna yet, but they found his footprints, and they've seen that Srimati Radharani's footprints are there intertwined with Krishna's footprints. So now they're following two sets of footprints, and they're making all kinds of speculations. They're saying, here, in this place, judging by the footprints, it looks like, they stopped and maybe they had a little lover's quarrel because the footprints moved apart from each other and they're facing each other. Or here, we see only half of Krishna's footprints, just the toes and the front part of his foot. So he must have been picking a flower to put in Radharani's hair. Or here we see only one set of footprints. So it must be Srimati Radharani got tired and asked Krishna and Krishna carried her. Like that, they're making all kinds of speculations about what they're doing. And then finally, we go here in chapter 30 to text 40, where the gopis find something. So, Shri Shuka Uvacha, I'll just read it. Anvichantyo Bhagavato Margam Gopyo Vidurita Dadrishu Priya Vishleshan Mohitam Dukitam Sakim. So that last line, Mohitam Dukitam Sakim. So they find their Saki. Sakim means their friend. But what state is she in? Mohitam. She's bewildered. And Dukitam. She's very sad. She's very distressed. So the whole time they're thinking, some of the gopis, not Radha's gopis. Radha's gopis are elated that Krishna's alone with Radha. But the other gopis are thinking, who is this gopi? Who does she think she is? Why? To choose her over us. And but when they see Srimati Radharani with this Mohitam, Dukitam, just very distressed. Actually, some of the acharyas say that Radharani was so grief-stricken that she fell unconscious and that she was lying there. And remember, it's the middle of the night. They're in the forest. So it's in the dark. There's no lights, there's no street lights. It's complete dark. The only light is a little moon filtering through the trees. But even that is sparse because this is in the dense forest. It's not in a clearing. So there's just some specks of moonlight by which they can discern that, oh, that's Srimati Radharani. So there's this young girl, very delicate, very, just very delicate. And she's lying there on the ground in the middle of the forest, in the middle of the night, and she's distressed. She's lying there unconscious. It's a very devastating scene. And so even the gopis who are a little bit jealous of her before, they're thinking, oh, poor Srimati Radharani. Because Krishna left them, but at least they were together. They had each other, to cling to commiserate with, and to, enjoy the excitement of finding Krishna like that. But Radharani here, she's alone with nobody to talk to, no shoulder to cry on, and just totally abandoned. And even more devastated than they are because they didn't fall unconscious. Srimati Radharani was so afflicted that she just fell unconscious. So some of the gopis, they're getting a fan. They're trying to fan her, with a branch of a tree or something, and trying to fan her to revive her. They're gently massaging her shoulders and her feet and trying to make her come back to her senses. And finally, Srimati Radharani, she opens her eyes and she becomes conscious. And then all the gopis start bombarding her with questions. Like, what happened? How did you end up here? Were you with Krishna? Where did Krishna go? How could he leave you like this? Right? So they're asking her. One, they want to know, but two, they also want to empathize with her. So even Chandravali says, Radharani, this is terrible. How could Krishna do this to you? Right? So even she's changing her tune from how could Krishna leave us to be with her to how could Krishna mistreat you in this way? Certainly you didn't deserve it. We all know, even though sometimes we compete with you, but we all know that you're just everything you do is to please Krishna, and that you're so expert at pleasing Krishna. You don't deserve this kind of treatment. I feel so sad, and I'm feeling your pain. I'm suffering the same pain that you're feeling, and I'm with you. And let's unite together. Let's bond together now and try to find Krishna, all of us together. So then all these different gopis with their different moods from the different camps, they have this thing in common, that now they're all together. They're unified in the pain of separation from Krishna, and gone is any kind of tinges of jealousy or competitiveness that they had with Srimati Radharani. Now they're all feeling nothing but love and affection and compassion for each other, and they're looking for Krishna. So Yeah. And this is another reason why Krishna left the rasa dance, is because he detected this slight disunity. He detected that there was some tinge of criticism, that some gopis were thinking that, oh, who is this gopi? She's not as good as me. Krishna should be with me only, or something like that. There was just a little bit of a lacking of complete, uninhibited, unconditional love for each other within the hearts and minds of the gopis. So they all had complete love for Krishna, but their love for each other was not perfect. And so Krishna, he left all of them, and then he particularly put Radharani in the situation that all of them would appreciate her more and would understand her heart more, and would lose any feelings of jealousy or competitiveness or rivalry towards Srimati Radharani. So now all the gopis join together, and they go searching for Krishna. And they're looking here and there. They're not finding Krishna. They're going to the densest, most dark parts of the forest, which are the lairs of the animals, the vicious, vicious animals are. But they're fearlessly looking for Krishna, and they get stuck in thorns and thickets. Oh, this is hopeless. We're just getting tired and hurt and fearful. Why don't we just go back to the Yamuna, the same place where we were enjoying the rasa dance with Krishna before? And there's nothing, we just have to wait. So they realize that by their own efforts alone, there's no way that they can find Krishna. That is, it's only by Krishna's mercy that he's going to reappear. So that's the same thing with us, right? There's nothing ultimately that we can do to make Krishna appear in our lives. But we have to try. We try our best, but ultimately we have to just wait for Krishna to make his appearance, to reveal himself to us, to make his presence very vividly felt in our lives. So they all go back to the Yamuna, and at least this place is nice. It's a familiar space, beautiful Yamunas flowing there. Just sitting beside a river is always very calming, right? We feel that when we sit by a river, even if we're a little distressed or anxious about something. You go sit by the side of a river, it has that pacifying effect. So the Yamuna, and what to speak of Yamuna? The Yamuna is, herself a pure devotee of Krishna. So they're sitting there in the association of Yamuna Devi, and they're starting to feel a little more pacified. And this place is a clearing, so the moon is coming, so it's at least well lit. So they're feeling a little comforted there by the bank of the Yamuna. And so together they start singing. Let me just go to text 43 here. This is very nice. Tanmanaskas tadalapas tadvichestas tadatmika tadgunan eva gayantyo natma garani sasmaru. So this tat means that, or that person. So the that here, tat, means Krishna. So it says, tat manaskas, that their minds, man means the mind, their minds were filled with thoughts of him, of Krishna. And then tat alapas, alap means their conversations. So their speech, their conversations were all about him, Krishna. And then tat vichestas, so chesta means activities. And so tat vichestas means they were imitating his activities. And then tat atmika means the self, the person. So tat atmika means that it's translated filled with his presence. They felt his personal presence amongst them by the other things, by filling their minds with him, by speaking about him, by imitating his activities. And also tat gunan eva gayantya. The gayantya means singing, and they were singing what? Tat gunan, about his qualities, about his glories. And while they were immersed in this absorption of thinking and singing and talking and imitating Krishna, then na atma agarani sasmaru. They forgot all about their homes and families. They were just totally immersed in Krishna. All external kind of aspects of their life that weren't directly connected to Krishna, all just, just fell away from their consciousness. So, the translation, their minds absorbed in thoughts of him, they conversed about him, acted out his pastimes, and felt themselves filled with his presence. They completely forgot about their homes as they loudly sang the glories of Krishna's transcendental qualities. And then the last verse of this pastime is very sweet also. Puna pulinam agatya kalindya Krishna bhavanaha samaveta jagu Krishnam tad agama kankshita. So this translation. The gopis again came to the bank of the Kalindi. Kalindi is another name for Yamuna. Meditating on Krishna and eagerly hoping he would come, they sat down together to sing of him. So this very nice. The third line here says Samaveta Jagu Krishnam. So Samaveta we know from the Prema Dwani prayers that we sing at the end of Kirtan, right? Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. So Samaveta means joining together. So that when we say Samaveta, it's not the Samaveda. It's Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda. It means that all the devotees, all the bhaktas who are assembled here together. It literally means all glories to the assembled devotees. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. So here, it's very significant that Shukadeva Goswami is saying Samaveta, that they're joined together. Because before they weren't so unified, they weren't so joined together. But now, after this whole incident happened, now they're completely joined together. Their hearts, their minds are all on the same page. They're all immersed with love for Krishna and with love for each other. So he's emphasizing that their togetherness, that they are together. They are like, the gopis of Vrindavan all together. And so what are they doing together? Jagu Krishnam. Jagu means that they are singing. They sang Krishna, about Krishna. And so the whole next chapter is the Gopi-gita. There's all the beautiful songs and prayers that the gopis are singing together there on the bank of the Yamuna about Krishna. And the Jiva Goswami says that this also means that they were singing the Hare Krishna mantra. And the way Srila Prabhupada summarizes this chapter in the Krishna book is the chapter ends with, he says, they all the gopis sat down together and with their hearts full of love on the bank of the Yamuna, they sang Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So it's like so they sing the Gopi-gita. This is actually what they're singing, but the acharyas say they also sing the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So it's like, when sometimes we'll get together and sing a bhajan, we'll sing some devotional song, and then always at the end of the devotional song, we'll do some Hare Krishnas, right? We'll go into the Hare Krishna mantra. So this is the origin of this this way of doing kirtan. Bhajan kirtan was started by the gopis, that they start off with some bhajan, with some prayers, and then they wrap it up with the Hare Krishna mantra. So all these things are going on. And this verse is amazing. It actually gives us so much guidance for how to chant the glories of Krishna, for how to chant the holy names. We see here, I'll just briefly, that we should chant the holy names together with other devotees. Samaveta, Jagu Krishnam. To chant together, right? Sankirtan. It's not just kirtan, but Sankirtan, that we chant the names, we do kirtan together with other devotees, following the footsteps of the gopis. And that we chant with feeling, right? Krishna bhavanaha. Bhava means feeling. So Krishna bhavanaha means meditating on Krishna with feeling, with love. My younger daughter's name is Krishna Bhava. So it means with love, with loving emotion for Krishna, full of loving emotion for Krishna. That's how we should chant. And the last thing, tad agama kankshitaha, eagerly desiring his arrival. So we should chant in this mood of, we should chant together with devotees. We should chant with real bhav, with real affection, loving feeling for Krishna. And we should chant with a very strong, ardent desire for Krishna to be present, for Krishna to appear, for Krishna to present himself in our kirtan. So then, now the gopis are chanting. They're all together. And it even says here, it even says here that we can skip forward to the next, where is it? Okay, still have a little bit of time. Okay, so the first verse of the next chapter is the Gopi songs of separation. Now Krishna's, we're going to chapter 32 now, called the reunion. So this is the good news. There's going to be a reunion. So Krishna, now seeing that the gopis are all together chanting his glories, now he's going to appear. So text 1. Rishuka uvacha iti gopya pragayantya pralapantyascha chitrada rurudu suswaram rajam Krishna darshana lalasa. The last line of this is easy to understand. Krishna darshana lalasaha. Lalasa means hankering, like intense, like greed for something. You want it very badly. What do they want? Krishna darshana. Jukadeva Goswami said, O king, having thus sung and spoken their hearts out in various charming ways, the gopis, see if we had time we could do the whole Gopi-gita. I was like wanting to do that. But anyways, suffice it to say that they spoke and sang their hearts out in various charming ways. After this, the gopis began to weep loudly. They were very eager to see Lord Krishna. Then, Tasam avirabuch chori smaya mana mukambuja pitambara dara shragvi sakshan manmata. So they saw this pitambara dara. The first thing that hit their eyes was the pitambara dara, was the pitambara. What's pitambara? It means his yellow clothes. They saw his gorgeous yellow garments. Then Krishna, a smile on his lotus face, appeared before the gopis. Wearing a garland and a yellow garment, he directly appeared as one who can bewilder the mind of Cupid, who himself bewilders the minds of ordinary people. So Krishna appears there. And he was so satisfied. Coming later. Find it. There was one phrase in the verse that I wanted to emphasize. Anyways, I'm not sure where it is now. But the phrase is pritai anyonya. So pritai anyonya. It might come a little later. Pritai anyonya. Anyonya means among each other. And pritai comes from priti, which means affection. So Krishna, seeing their affection, the affection that they had amongst themselves, then that's what induced them to appear. And so in text 3 of this chapter, we see that that the rasa dance is going to begin again in all of its glory. Cool. Let me just go back a little bit, because before the rasa dance begins, something happens, and that is that the gopis kind of call Krishna out, because after all, he abandoned them, and they're happy that he came back, but still, the wound in their heart is still fresh. You know, it's still like a raw wound that he caused them that pain of just abandoning them. So let's go to text 17 of chapter 32. Here. Oh, sorry. Text 16. Text 16 is where the gopis speak. Shri Gopya Uchu Bhajato Nu Bhajantyeka Eka Etad Viparyayam Nobayamscha Bhajantyeka Etan No Bruhi Sadhubho. The gopis said, some people reciprocate the affection only of those who are affectionate towards them, while others show affection even to those who are indifferent or inimical, and yet others will not show affection towards anyone. Dear Krishna, please properly explain this matter towards us, this matter to us. So yes, so the gopis are, the commentators say, by this apparently polite question, the gopis want to expose Lord Krishna's failure to properly reciprocate their love. They were very disturbed when Sri Krishna left them in the forest, and they want to know why he caused them to suffer in these loving affairs. So they're saying, Krishna, we was nothing but affectionate to you, but you didn't reciprocate. What kind of a person are you? So then now Krishna is going to explain himself. Sri Bhagavanu Vacha Mito Bhajanti Ye Sakya Swartai Kanto Dhyamahite Nayatra Sohridam Dharma Swartartam Taddinanyata. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, so-called friends will show affection for each other only to benefit themselves, who are actually selfish. They have no true friendship, nor are they following the true principles of religion. Indeed, if they did not expect benefit for themselves, they would not reciprocate. So then Krishna is actually glorifying the gopis' love here. He's saying that in the gopis' pure loving relationship with him, there's no sense of selfish interest, but rather only love for one's friend. And the next verse. Bhajantya bhajito yevai karuna pitaro yata dharmo nirapavadotra sohridam sam madhyama. Sorry. My dear slender-waisted gopis, some people are genuinely merciful, or like parents naturally affectionate. Such persons who devotedly serve even those who fail to reciprocate with them are following the true, faultless path of religion, and they are the true well-wishers. And so he's saying, there are some people that will be nice to people only if they expect that people will do good things for them in return. That's okay, that's better than nothing, but it's not the best. Now he's saying there are some people that will be nice, be affectionate to others, even if the others fail to reciprocate. So that's better. Now he says, Bhajatopi navai kechid bhajantya bhajata kuta atmarama hyapta kama akritagya guru druha. Then there are those individuals who are spiritually self-satisfied, materially fulfilled, or by nature, Then there are those individuals who are spiritually self-satisfied, materially fulfilled, or by nature ungrateful, or simply envious of superiors. Such persons will not love even those who love them, what to speak of those who are inimical. So there are other people who they're not affectionate, even if others are affectionate to them. So, yeah. Okay, so now it gets to this. Hold on. Let's go for a couple more verses here. Natam tisakyo bhajato pijantum bhajam yamisham anuvritti vrittaye yatadano labdadane vinashte tachintayanyam nibrito naveda. Now he's saying, but the reason I do not immediately reciprocate the affection of living beings, even when they worship me, O gopis, is that I want to intensify their loving devotion. They then become like a poor man who has gained some wealth and then lost it, and who thus becomes so anxious about it that he can think of nothing else. So he's saying that, these different kind of friends or lovers, people who exchange affection, and your love is so glorious. You're the kind of people that are affectionate towards somebody, even someone who doesn't reciprocate, such as me. I don't reciprocate, but still you're affectionate to me. And you're thinking that I'm the other way around, that I'm the kind of person that even when people are very affectionate to me, I don't reciprocate. But I just want to explain myself that it's not that I don't reciprocate, but sometimes I don't immediately reciprocate. And there's a reason for that. He's saying the reason I don't immediately reciprocate the affection of living beings when they worship me, O gopis, is that I want to intensify their loving devotion. So you give me so much love in the rasa dance. You are offering me garlands. You are offering me your hearts. And I disappeared. I didn't even accept the garland. Before the garland could fall on my shoulders, I just ditched you. I just disappeared. It wasn't that I didn't accept your love. It wasn't that I didn't reciprocate with your love, but that was my reciprocation with your love. My reciprocation is that I appreciated your love so much that I couldn't get enough of it, that I wanted more and more of it. And so I disappeared just to increase your love, to make you feel like a poor man who had money and lost it. You had me and then you lost me. And when a poor man loses their money, when a rich person loses money, then, oh well, easy come, easy go. I have a lot more where that came from. But when a poor man gets money, he's very, very protective of it because he knows the value of money because he's experienced poverty. So when you're separated from me and then you get me, you appreciate my presence so much. But then when you again lose me, then you become just like that poor man who's so anxious about his wealth that he can think of nothing else. And so your thoughts become even more deeply absorbed in me. So that's what I was trying to achieve. So let's go to the next verse. Evam mararto jitaloka veda swanam hivo mayanuvittaye bala maya paroksham bhajati tirohitam mashuyatam marhatatat priyam priya. My dear girls, understanding that simply for my sake you had rejected the authority of worldly opinion, of the Vedas, and of your relatives, I acted as I did only to increase your attachment to me. Even when I removed myself from your sight by suddenly disappearing, I never stopped loving you. Therefore, my beloved gopis, please do not harbor any bad feelings toward me, your beloved. They say, I didn't leave you because of lack of love. I left you, I kept loving you. And in fact, I left you because I loved you and because I wanted to love you even more. And also because I wanted to bring you to a situation of loving each other even more so that when we're reunited, we can all experience the full glory of the rasa dance without any tinges of any kind of moods. Because, sometimes you may be in Kirtan and, you're in Kirtan, you're really trying to get into it. You're really trying to hear the names and chant from the heart and all that. But then, you notice there's somebody in the room who's also in the Kirtan and they're giving you some bad look, or maybe they're like talking to somebody else and they're like, they're saying bad things about you. And so it kind of it just prevents you from, hitting that next, that getting really that ecstatic in Kirtan. It kind of brings you down. So when Krishna sees that there's any little tinge of the slightest little bit of animosity amongst the gopis in their Sankirtan of the Rasa Leela, then he's like, no, we have to get rid of that. I want everyone to be friends here. I want everyone to love each other here. So that's another reason why he left, is to make the Kirtan more ecstatic so that everyone can get into it. So there's no barriers. There's nothing that's weighting someone down in the Kirtan. Everyone is just hitting the ceiling, dancing in the Kirtan. And of course, this Kirtan that we're talking about is Krishna's Rasa Leela Kirtan, that they're just dancing and singing and loving Krishna and each other with total abandon, nothing holding them back. That's what Krishna wanted. So we read the last verse here, which is a very famous verse. Naparayeham niravadya samyujam swasadu krityam vibudayusapiva Yamabhajam durjarageha shikalam sambrichya tadva pratiyatu sadhuna. So Krishna's, the very famous statement that Krishna says, my dear gopis, I am not able to repay my debt for your spotless service, even within a lifetime of Brahma. Your connection with me is beyond reproach. You have worshipped me, cutting off all domestic ties, which are difficult to break. Therefore, please let your own glorious deeds be your compensation. So Krishna is saying here that your love for me is so great, it's greater even than my love for you. He said, I feel terrible to say it, but, I never left Mother Yashoda. I never said goodbye to Nanda Maharaj. I'm going back home to them. But you abandoned your husbands, you abandoned your families, you risked your reputation You know, for a boy like me to go and do something crazy in the middle of the night, that's just normal. You know, that's what guys do. They go out and, you know, do wild things. But for a girl, you know, especially in the culture, for a girl, she's supposed to stay at home and protected and shy and chaste. For a girl to go dance with a young man in the middle of the night, that's just, you just totally blew out your whole reputation for my sake. You know, you risk being rejected by your families and having to live in the forest like tribal women for the rest of your life because maybe they're not going to accept you back. For me, I know Mother Yashoda, no matter what I do, she's going to embrace me when she sees me. And, you know, nobody's going to criticize me too much. They might just make some jokes about me, but I don't mind. I can take that. So Krishna's saying what you gave up for me is much more, is far greater than what I've given up for you. The sacrifice that you've made for me is far greater than the sacrifice that I've made you. And the love with which you love me is far greater than I can love you. And therefore, I'm just a debtor. I'm just forever indebted to you. There's no way that I can repay you for your love. You're talking about how I need to reciprocate with your love. It's impossible. I can never reciprocate with your love fully. I can only just try my best. But you're going to have to be happy with the ecstasy that comes from your own service. So like that, this chapter ends, and the next chapter starts. Oh, this is where the verse was that I was. Okay. It's in the next chapter. We're covering a lot of chapters here. So in chapter 33, text 2, then Shukadeva Goswami says this verse. Tatra rabata govindo rasa kridam anuvratai striratnar anvita pritar anyan yobada bahubi. Here's where it is. Pritar anyonya. So now, right now that everybody has just bared their soul to each other, you know, and expressed their deepest, most loving feelings, and everybody's all united. So Krishna, Shukadeva Goswami is acknowledging this, that now that they're joined together with love, that they're completely all with affection for each other. There on the Yamuna's banks, Lord Govinda then began the pastime of the rasa dance in the company of those jewels among women, the faithful gopis who joyfully linked their arms together. So it's not only that they were dancing with their arm linked with Krishna, but they also had their arms linked together, which signifies that they all loved each other. And then the rasa dance, just the whole rest of that chapter is describing the rasa dance. So we're not going to read all that. But I just want to speak a little bit on this point of that, you know, Krishna wants to see loving relationships between the devotees. He really wants us to love each other. And Srila Prabhupada said very famously that if your love for me will be shown by how well you cooperate to push on this movement. And Prabhupada spoke about how our relationship should be based on love and trust, right? So, and you know, Srimati Radharani also wants this so badly because she knows that it pleases Krishna. She knows that Krishna is pleased by nothing more than when he sees the devotees loving each other and trusting each other and cooperating together in his service. So much so that she sends her most intimate maidservant, Sri Rupa Manjari, to this world as Rupa Goswami to teach us how to love each other. Right? So in Nectar of Instruction it says, Dadami pratigrinati guyamakyati prichiti punkte bojayate chaiva shadvidam priti lakshanam. So we just sing this, priti anyonya, affection. That when we have affection between each other, then Krishna is happy to dance. Right? So we want Krishna to dance in our lives. So we need to develop, we need to work on this priti lakshanam. And we can cultivate it, we can actually actively cultivate these loving relationships in 6 ways. Rupa Goswami says, Shadvidam priti lakshanam. So it starts with offering gifts to devotees and accepting gifts in return. Then revealing our hearts and minds in confidence, and also inquiring confidentially from devotees. And then offering prasadam to devotees and accepting prasadam. The simple ways. And these 6 loving exchanges actually develop, they awaken love for everyone, and they also awaken our dormant love for Krishna. And then Rupa Goswami also says in the same book that we should avoid those things that can cause, that can harm our relationships with other devotees. For example, atyahara prayasascha prajalpo niyamagraha. That we should avoid being greedy, like overeating, like, going to the prasadam and taking everything for ourselves and seeing that there's a long line, but still like taking a lot, and knowing that, there's not going to be enough for the last person. So sort of being greedy, not considering the needs of others or the feelings of others. And prajalpa, speaking gossip, gossiping about devotees. And usually gossip is criticism, right? So criticizing devotees is very destructive to our relationships. So Rupa Goswami is saying that avoid these things. These things destroy devotional service. He says that what's it? How's the last time? Sadbir bhaktir vinashyati. That these things destroy. Vinashyati means they destroy devotional service. So like that. And then he says, when he's talking about different levels of devotees, he goes through the different levels of Kanishta Adhikari, Madhyam Adhikari, and Uttama Adhikari. And we can see that the level of your spiritual advancement is based on how you relate with other devotees. So the Kanishta Adhikari is the person who comes to the temple and, oh, Krishna, you're so beautiful, you're so wonderful, and then just like doesn't care about the devotees. Is very dismissive of the feelings of the devotees, is not grateful or appreciative of the service of other devotees. That's the lowest level of devotee, that you worship Krishna, but you don't serve the devotees. You don't love the devotees. And then the middle level devotee is Madhyam Adhikari. So the Madhyam Adhikari is where you worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but you make friendship with the devotees. You practice these 6 loving exchanges. You develop affectionate relationships with the devotees. And you also give mercy to those who are not devotees, to try to make them devotees so that they can also be our friends and engage in these loving exchanges and as part of our loving devotional community. And we, out of mercy, we also avoid people who are very antagonistic, who, if we interact with them, would, make offenses or offend Krishna or other devotees or cause some harm to devotees. So we just try to keep them pacified by keeping a safe distance, like that. So that's the middle level devotee. And then the Uttama Adhikari, the greatest devotee, is the one whose heart is completely devoid of the propensity to criticize others. That they don't even have a thought. Even if the person has faults, they don't see the faults, right? So, yeah, that's the greatest devotee, is the one who totally overlooks the faults and sees only good qualities. Even if the person is an ocean of faults but has one good quality, they see that quality. They see only that quality, not the other things, and they fan the spark of that good quality, and they encourage the devotee. They appreciate them for that good quality, and they're grateful for that person being in the association of devotees so that they can serve Krishna with that one good quality that they have, which is brilliant. So like that, and then Rupa Goswami goes through the different categories of devotees, saying, there's this devotee, and then higher than them is this devotee, and higher than them is this devotee. And of course, the highest devotee is Srimati Radharani. He says that of all the damsels, of all the best gopis, the best devotees are the gopis, and of all the cowherd damsels of Raja, Srimati Radharani is the most dear. And similarly beloved to Srimati Radharani is her place, Radha Kund. So the nectar of instruction finishes with Radha Kund reigning supreme among holy dams, because Radharani's love for Krishna is most openly and intensely expressed at Radha Kund. And so Rupa Goswami is encouraging us to live at Radha Kund. But what does it mean to live at Radha Kund? To live at Radha Kund means to enter into the intimate pastimes of Radha and Krishna, their Madhurya Lila. And how can we do this? Only by loving each other, only by having loving relationships with devotees, because this is this is the ticket for entering into Radha and Krishna's transcendental loving pastimes. So we see this theme throughout the whole Rasa Lila, throughout Radharani's and the gopis' dealings with Krishna, is that Krishna is very pleased when we love him and we love each other too. And we can't fully love Krishna without loving each other, and we can't fully love each other without loving Krishna. So the two things are inseparable, and this is really the sign of spiritual advancement. So whenever we have a little feeling to criticize someone, we should note in our hearts that, oh, this is a symptom of my lack of love for Krishna. And we should try to drive that thought away. Just chase it away with a blowtorch, with a leaf blower or whatever, Just get far from my mind. And Krishna, please remove this fault-finding propensity from my heart so that I can love your devotees purely and completely and love you, following in the footsteps of Srimati Radharani. So I'll conclude here. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srimati Radharani ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Kala Chanji ki jai. Shri Radhastami Mahamahotsava ki jai. Gaura Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. जय श्री श्री राधा कालचंद जी भगवान की जय। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare. Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Radhe Radha Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Radhe Radha Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Radhe Radha Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe. Radha Shama Sundar Radhe Radhe. Radha Shama Sundar Radhe Radhe. Radha Madhava Radhe Radhe. Radha Bolo Radha Madhava Radhe Radhe. Radha Gopinath Radhe Radhe. Radha Gopinath Radhe Radhe. Radha Ras Bihari Radhe Radhe. Radha Ras Bihari Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare together. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Once more. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Sri Radhe Jaya. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Sri Radhe. Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Sri Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Bolo Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Bolo Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Bolo Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Sri 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 Radhe. Jayo Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Sri Radhe. Jayo Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Sri Radhe. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora, Hari Bol. Nitai Gora, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Shri Radha Ashtami Maha Mahotsav ki, Shri Radha Ashtami Maha Mahotsav ki, Srimati Radharani ki, Srimati Radharani Appearance Day Maha Mahotsav ki, Shri Barsana Dham ki, Riyaval Dham ki, Shri Kalachanji Dham ki, Gaur Premanande.
Bolo Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shyam. Shri Radhastami Ki Jai. Welcome. Thank you all so much for being here. So in a short moment, we will have class by His Holiness Keshav Maharaj. His Holiness Keshav Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you all so much for being here. So as you can see, the temple room was already quite full. So I just ask that we all make sure, let's take a moment and all check in. I know we just had a wonderful Abhishek. We just had a very ecstatic program. But now we need to bring our energy down. So let's all chant the Maha Mantra nicely together, nice and slowly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, just a few logistical items. So if we need to have conversations, I just ask that we step out into the hallway to do that. Let's try to maintain a sacred space here in the temple room so we can all take advantage of this opportunity to hear together from Maharaj on this most auspicious Radhastami day. So if we have small children, their nature is they like to play and have fun, and that's what they should be doing. So if this isn't the ideal space for that, there's a TV in the prasadam room where class will be played also, and also you can tune into it on your phone. So we just really want to create a nice conducive atmosphere where we can all hear together nicely. There's a few logistical items for after class. So we have quite a few senior devotees. So there's many of you sitting on chairs that may not need to sit there. And if you don't need to sit on a chair and you see somebody that's senior that could use that space, please kindly offer that to them. After class starts, we'll have our Pushpa Abhishek around noon. And this space here in front of the altar will be reserved for the mothers with small children. So if you're sitting in that space now, you will be asked to move if you are not a mother with a small child. So we can make a nice safe space for them to be able to participate in the Pushpa Abhishek. There will be a darshan line that you see getting set up now. So for those that are sitting inside that darshan line space, again, you will be asked to step outside of the temple room. So those that can't make it in will be able to come in and out and see the deities. So again, I just ask us all to please check our phones, make sure they are turned off if they're not already, so we don't interrupt the class. And let's please take this time together to really hear from Maharaj. This is a wonderful opportunity on Radhastami Day to be able to hear from Maharaj, and let's please make the most of it. Jai. Srimati Radharani ki Jai. Just while Maharaj is sitting down, I'll take just a brief moment to thank him for being here. We're very grateful to you, Maharaj, for coming and being with us here in Dallas. Maharaj is on quite a traveling tour right now. Within a month, he'll go to, he said 15 cities, but I think I counted more than that. So that's a different city at least every other day. And we're very grateful that Maharaj chose to come back to Dallas. He was here last year, and we begged and pleaded for him to come back again. We're very, very grateful. So, Jai Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki Jai. So Maharaj could go anywhere in the world. I know the altar is open, but I just ask again, let's please maintain a sacred space here in the temple room. Let's keep our attention in the temple room. Maharaj could go just about anywhere in the world, so we're very grateful that he chose to come here to Dallas. And we just ask you all to please again take advantage of this opportunity to hear from Maharaj. And let's all really be present in the room. Thank you so much. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki Jai. Shri Prabhupada ki Jai. Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki Jai.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Srimati Radharani ki. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki. So it's really my honor to be with all of you. I'm humbled to be in front of all of you. So many of you, all of you are dedicated to Krishna's service, and so many Vaishnavis in the audience who are more qualified than me perhaps to be speaking, but I'm happy to have the opportunity to glorify Srimati Radharani, and I hope together we can have a wonderful discussion as we celebrate this beautiful day, beautiful festival. Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Yamuna Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yashoda Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan. 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 Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohaya. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohaya. Shyam Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan. Shyam Kunda Radha Kun Giri Govardhan. Kalindi Yamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan. Kalindi Yamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan. Jai Radhe Jai Krishna Jai Vrindavan. Jai Radhe Jai Krishna Jai Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohaya. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalan Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Shri Radhastami Maha Mahotsava Ki Jai. So Hare Krishna again, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm just going to get this a little more comfortable. Yes, this is good. So thank you again. My humble obeisances, my respects to all of you. It's really an honor to be in Dallas again at such a historic embassy of Srila Prabhupada. I beg for your blessings and your permission to share something. I'd like to thank Prabhupada Priya Mataji this morning for such a wonderful class which brought us so much deep meditation on Srimati Radharani. She quoted from so much scripture. It was so beautiful. And I thought I'll try to, in my own insignificant way, continue. And so I thought this morning we could read from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. I guess we don't have the screen, so I'll just speak. So the Chaitanya Charitamrita is very beautiful because as you open it, your initial feeling is that now I'm going to dive into the pastimes of Mahaprabhu, and the first 13 chapters are all philosophy. Before you can appreciate the sweet, there has to be a little bit of shukta also, a little bit of sometimes philosophy, which may be hard. But the amazing thing is the philosophy that Kaviraj Goswami presents as a preface to the Chaitanya Charitamrita is also actually very, very sweet. And so what Kaviraj Goswami does is he first establishes why is Mahaprabhu God? And then he establishes who does Mahaprabhu come with, who are his associates. Kaviraj Goswami also establishes what is the reason why Mahaprabhu appears, the external and the internal reason. And then he establishes how was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's story documented. So all these questions are answered. And in the 4th chapter of the Adi Leela, Kaviraj Goswami is explaining the inner greed that Krishna had to experience the love of Srimati Radharani. Usually when someone is a powerful preacher in this world, then we say, wow, he's a big preacher, he made that person a devotee. But Srimati Radharani is so powerful that she made God a devotee. So Srimati Radharani's love, it contradicted Krishna's words, because Krishna said, Vedaham samatitani vartamanani charjana. Krishna declared to the whole world boldly in the Bhagavad Gita that I know past, present, future, and I know all living entities. Krishna boldly declared. But when Krishna came in front of Srimati Radharani's love, then he was like, oh my God, there's something I don't know. And therefore Krishna had to come. This is why Gaudiya Vaishnavism is such an incredible philosophy. If you find a theology in the world where the devotee cries for God, you have to understand this is deep. But if you find a theology where God cries for the devotee, then you have to understand this is even deeper. But if you find a theology where God becomes a devotee to cry for himself, you have to understand this is off the scale. This, dear friends, is Gaudiya Vaishnavism. You will not hear about this in any theology in the world. That God becomes a devotee because he doesn't know what kind of love his devotees, and specifically Srimati Radharani, experience. So it's an explosion when Krishna comes as Mahaprabhu, because he comes in Radha Bhav and he goes into ecstasy, experiencing what Srimati Radharani is experiencing. And so here in the 4th chapter of the Adi Leela, Kaviraj Goswami is explaining Mahaprabhu's inner greed and desire and the glory of Srimati Radharani's love. So I'll just read one verse, Srila Prabhupada's beautiful purport. We'll have a bit of a discussion and then I'll be happy to also hear all of your realizations. So this is Adi Leela chapter number 4, entitled The Confidential Reasons for Mahaprabhu's Appearance. And today we're reading from text number 145. Vichar koriye jadi ashvada pai, radhika swarupa hoite tabe man adhai. So I'll just read the translation and purport. This is Krishna thinking to himself. Chaitanya Charitamrita is very deep because the Bhagavad Gita is the words of Krishna, the Srimad Bhagavatam is the activities of Krishna, but the Chaitanya Charitamrita is the mind of Krishna. So in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Kaviraj Goswami actually reveals Krishna's mind, what goes through the mind of God. And this is what goes through the mind of Krishna. If I deliberate on a way to taste it, that is Srimati Radharani's love, Krishna is saying. If I deliberate on a way to taste Srimati Radharani's love, I find that I hanker for the position of Srimati Radhika. Purport. Krishna's attractiveness is wonderful and unlimited. No one can know the end of it. Srimati Radharani alone can relish such extensiveness from her position in the Ashraya category. The mirror of Srimati Radharani's transcendental love is perfectly clear, yet it appears clearer and clearest in the transcendental method of understanding Krishna. In the mirror of Radharani's heart, the transcendental features of Krishna appear increasingly new and fresh. In other words, the attraction of Krishna increases in proportion to the understanding of Srimati Radharani. Each tries to supersede the other. Neither wants to be defeated in increasing the intensity of love. desiring to understand Radharani's attitude of increasing love, Lord Krishna appeared as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is coming in the mood of Srimati Radharani. Radha Bhava Dyuti Suvalitam Krishna Nomi Swarupam. She is coming in the Radha Bhav. He is coming in the Radha Bhav. So Srimati Radharani's love, how can we sit here and talk about Srimati Radharani's love, is completely inconceivable to the human mind. Kaviraj Goswami says Srimati Radharani's love is so contradictory that Srimati Radharani's love is pervading every iota of her being, yet simultaneously it's expanding. How is that possible? Kaviraj Goswami says Srimati Radharani's love is purer than the purest. And at the same time, within her love, there is crookedness. He explains in very, very beautiful ways that Srimati Radharani's love cannot be conceived of. Srimati Radharani conquers Krishna with her love. In Barshana, they have a saying that everything that Krishna, how does it go? Everything that Radharani does, Krishna likes. And everything that Radharani likes, Krishna does. In other words, Krishna becomes completely subjugated to Srimati Radharani's love. And the proof is that Krishna comes as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So in our life, we are all looking for love. Prema dhana vina vyartha daridra jivan dasa kori vetan more deha prema dhan. Kaviraj Goswami says that if I'm devoid, prema vina, if I don't have love, I may have so many things. I may have so many material assets. And even in spiritual terms, I may have so many things. Years of service behind my name, positions and titles. I may have knowledge. I may have influence. I may have popularity. I may be honored by so many people. But prema vina, if I don't have love, daridra jivan, then the conclusion is only one, that I am a poor person. Dasakori, therefore, Kaviraj Goswami says, make me your servant. And Vetan More, I only want one salary. Deha Prema Dhan. The only salary I ask for my service is that please you bestow some love on me. Awaken some love within me. So Radhastami is an incredible day because it's a day on which we can meditate on Srimati Radharani's love. Although it's way beyond our own conception, still we meditate on it. Sometimes on a day like this, we think, how can we speak about Srimati Radharani? Is so beyond. It's said that once in Vrindavan, there was a devotee and he was asked to give a 7-day katha in the run-up to Radhastami. So he came on the first day to give the katha in the run-up for Radhastami. And the whole katha he talked about Krishna. Param Brahma, Param Dhama, Pavitram, Paramam Bhavam, Purusham, Shashvatam Divyam, Adidevam, Ajam Vibhum. He just enumerated Krishna's glories. The next day everyone came, ready to hear Radha Tattva, Radha Leela, Radha Katha. And the next day he just carried on speaking about Krishna. And the 3rd day, and the 4th day, and the 5th day, and the 6th day, glorifying Krishna like anything, not a word about Srimati Radharani. He came to the 7th day, everyone was looking at their watches. Radhastami is coming. And on the 7th day, he began the katha. And he continued speaking about Krishna only. And then he came to the end of the katha. And after glorifying Krishna in every which way for 7 days. The beauty, the strength, the wealth, the fame, the renunciation, the influence of Krishna. Then right at the end of the katha he said, and it is this Krishna who bows down to the feet of Srimati Radharani. So that was an interesting strategy of how to glorify Srimati Radharani. He's like, what can I say about Srimati Radharani? But what I can say is that Krishna, who is so great, he has to bow down. Even Jayadev Goswami became bewildered by this. This morning we were hearing about how there's transcendental pride and there's transcendental anger exchange between Krishna and Radharani. And on one such occasion, Jayadev Goswami, the great devotees are experiencing all these leelas within their own heart. And so he was visualizing all of this, that now Srimati Radharani has become transcendentally angry with Krishna because Krishna is unreliable, because Krishna doesn't keep to his word, because Krishna says he'll do one thing and then he does another thing. And Krishna, I gave him everything and still he doesn't reciprocate. So Srimati Radharani locked Krishna out of her life momentarily. And so Jayadev Goswami was writing about this. Not just writing, visualizing. Rishi means drishya. They are seeing all of these things. And therefore when they write in samadhi bhashya. They write in the language of trance. So Jayadev Goswami was writing all these things, visualizing. Srimati Radharani has become transcendentally angry. Krishna is feeling that he made a big mistake. And then he came to the point in the pastime visualizing where Krishna comes and bows down to the feet of Srimati Radharani. And as he came to that point in the pastime, writing it down, his hand began shaking. And he said, how can I write this? Krishna, the Sarveshvara, the Param Brahma, Param Dhamma, he's bowing down? He was shaking. And then finally he put his pen down. He said, I need to take a break. This is too much. I need to consider. I can't just write things down. Is this really the case? And so he left the home and he went to the Ganga to take bath, cool down. And as he left, he told his wife, I'll just go for Ganga Snan and I'll be back in some hours. And as he left, after a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. Jayadev Goswami, right there at the door. Except it wasn't Jayadev Goswami. It was Krishna, appearing as Jayadev Goswami. So she said, back already? Yes, I'm back. I just forgot to write something down. While it was in my mind, I thought, let me write it. And then Krishna himself came, picked up the pen, and wrote those words. Dehi padda pallavam udaram. Dehi padda pallavam udharam. Krishna finished the sentence, the one that Jayadev couldn't finish. That this Krishna bows down in complete surrender, in complete repentance, in complete desperation at Srimati Radharani's feet. And then Krishna left. And then Jayadev Goswami returned. After considering, can I write this? Should I write this? Is this the right thing to write? And then he looked at his manuscript and it was already written. Already written. Krishna bows down to Srimati Radharani. So the Vaishnavas, the Gaudiya Vaishnavas are partial to Srimati Radharani. This is a great secret. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said, the Vaishnavas worship Vishnu, the Karshnas worship Krishna, but the Gaudiyas worship Srimati Radharani. This is a great mystery. He said, some people are interested in Srimati Radharani because of her connection with Krishna. But we are only interested in Krishna because of his connection with Srimati Radharani. This is a big mystery. This is a very big mystery. Whenever there's a fight between Krishna and Srimati Radharani, then the Gaudiyas always take the side of Radharani. Always. One commentator writes and says, Krishna, you are aparadhika. You forgive the offenses of all the living entities in the world. You free them from all their offenses. But then the commentator looks at Krishna and says, but Krishna, if you become aparadhika, if you distance yourself from Srimati Radharani, we will never forgive you. Because do you know how much transcendental pain that causes? The commentators look at Krishna and say, Krishna, you'll always be glorified. You'll be glorified for generations because you lifted Govardhan Hill. But the world doesn't know that the gopis constantly were bearing the weight of the memory of you within their heart, and how much pain that was causing them. The world will not see that. And so this is very, very mystical. So Srimati Radharani's love for Krishna is actually the essence of Srimad Bhagavatam. This morning we were hearing that Srimati Radharani's name is only given in a very concealed way in Srimad Bhagavatam. Anayaradhito nunam Bhagavan Haririshvara. There was one gopi who did a type of aradhan, worship, that surpassed all others. And she is especially glorified. She is especially favored. So actually the Srimad Bhagavatam is revealing the glory of Krishna, but even more than that, the glory of the gopis, and even more than that, the glory of Srimati Radharani. Sometimes we say Srimad Bhagavatam is like the different limbs of Krishna, and the 10th canto is said to be the smiling face of Krishna. In other commentaries it's mentioned that the 10th canto is also considered the heart of Krishna. And if the 10th canto is considered the heart of Krishna, then there are 5 chapters in the 10th canto which are especially considered to be Krishna's very own life is. Some say it's the Rasa Panchadhyay, the 5 chapters where Krishna dances with the gopis. And some say it's a different 5 chapters. Chapter number 21, Venugit, where the gopis go mad hearing the flute sound of Krishna. Chapter number 31, Gopi-gita, where the gopis are going mad in separation from Krishna. Chapter 35, Yugala-gita, where Krishna goes out with the cowherd boys during the day and then the gopis feel deep separation. Chapter number 39, Viraha-gita, what the gopis feel when Akrura takes Krishna and Balaram on the chariot to Mathura, and how they're singing Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. And chapter number 47, Brahmara-gita, the song of the bumblebee, when Uddhav comes to Vrindavan and he witnesses how the gopis are wallowing in spiritual separation. Now Krishna has left Vrindavan. So the commentators say this is the deep secret of the Bhagavatam. These are the very 5 life airs of Krishna. Because in these 5 chapters, the deep separation and the deep emotions of love and the deep intimate exchanges of heart, the prema vilas, is all explained in a very, very beautiful way. But most people are not aware of this. Even Srila Prabhupada writes, perhaps in Krishna book or somewhere else, he says, sometimes people see Krishna and then they ask the question, but who's that girl next to him? He says, many people don't know Srimati Radharani. And he said, there are some who know Srimati Radharani, but they don't know her glories. And he says sometimes there are those who know the glories of Srimati Radharani, but they don't know the intimate moods and the feelings that she exchanges in her love with Krishna. So sometimes we take it for granted, but actually to know about Srimati Radharani, to even have access to understanding her pastimes of love with Krishna, this is very, very rare. This is actually not revealed to everyone. But it was Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who wanted to reveal this to the world. The essence of Srimad Bhagavatam is Srimati Radharani's love for Krishna. But that is only revealed by Mahaprabhu. And that is only explained to us by Mahaprabhu's followers. Like if you look at the Bhagavad Gita, how many verses is the Bhagavad Gita? 700, no? So it's very, very interesting. If you look at what is the 350th verse of the Bhagavad Gita and the 351st verse of the Bhagavad Gita, is very interesting. Because the 350th verse and the 351st are right in the middle of the Gita. And what are those verses? Mahatmanas tumam partha devim prakritim ashrita. That's the first. And the second verse, Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha dritavrita namashantascha mam bhaktya nityayukta upashate. This is very mysterious. What is the heart of the Bhagavad Gita? The first verse is telling us that one must take shelter. The great souls, what do they take shelter of? Devi Prakriti, the transcendental energy. And who is the personification of that transcendental energy? Srimati Radharani. And what's the other things that the great souls do? Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha dritavrita. They're always chanting. So Krishna taught it in the Bhagavad Gita. He said, this is what the essence of life is. To take shelter of Srimati Radharani and to always chant the holy name of Krishna. So what did that same Krishna who taught this in the Bhagavad Gita, what did that same Krishna do? He came to the world as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he lived out those two verses. He fully took shelter of Srimati Radharani because he fully imbibed her mood. And he fully engaged himself in always chanting because this is the essence of it all. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes to reveal Srimati Radharani's love. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes to experience Srimati Radharani's love. But when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants to explain Radharani's love to the world, and when he wants to give the world an opportunity to access the teachings which will allow them to come into that transcendental world of Vraj, then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu leaves that task to his followers. So, if we really want to understand the depths of Srimad Bhagavatam, the depths of Srimati Radharani's love, then we can only do it through the followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There was a Bengali poet who had come to Jagannath Puri and he had written different things on the Bhagavatam, and Mahaprabhu detected that there was some disparity, and so he told Swarup Damodar, check his poetry. So Swarup Damodar checked the poetry and he said, no, this poetry is off. He hasn't fully understood Bhagavatam. And then Swarup Damodar goes to the Bengali poet and he says something very, very profound. Jaha Bhagavata Pada Vaishnaveda Stane Ekanta Ashraya Kare Chaitanya Charane. if you really want to understand Bhagavatam, then you have to go to the feet of someone who has understood Bhagavatam and hear from them. But what kind of Vaishnav should you go to? Ekanta ashraya kore Chaitanya charane. You have to go to a Chaitanya Bhakta. A Chaitanya Bhakta can understand the mysteries of Bhagavatam. If one is only a Krishna Bhakta, no. But if one is a Chaitanya Bhakta, yes. Because even Krishna couldn't understand the mysteries of Bhagavatam, which is Srimati Radharani's love. Krishna had to come as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And therefore, if Krishna can't understand Srimati Radharani's love, how can a Krishna Bhakta reveal Srimati Radharani's love? But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu understood Srimati Radharani's love. And therefore, a Chaitanya Bhakta can reveal Srimati Radharani's love. And therefore, it's only by contact with the Gaudiya Sampradaya, the Gaudiya followers of Sriman Mahaprabhu, that we can actually understand this very, very deep mystery. This is the deepest mystery, the most gambhir, the most confidential truth of spiritual life. I began today by saying how Srimati Radharani's love is so far away. It sounds very beautiful to us. It captures our imagination. It also touches our heart in many, many ways. But then often we look at our own heart and we say, Prema Vina, I don't have any love. After years of chanting, after years of practicing, still I'm impoverished in love. It all sounds very beautiful. How will I get there? How will I even develop any of this Vraja Prem, this spontaneous type of love that the Vraja residents have? Thankfully for us, what the Goswamis do, what the followers of Mahaprabhu do, is they reveal Srimati Radharani's love. But what they do is they reveal it in a very, very measured, a very, very systematic, and a very, very beautiful way. If you immediately just try to jump into Srimati Radharani's love, we will not appreciate it. It has to be done very, very carefully, with great consideration. Just like today, we had the opportunity to see the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. Srimati Radharani ki jai. So this is not just done whimsically. There has to be many meetings, many phone calls, many considerations. Should we do it? Should we not do it? And then maybe the Vaishnavas will do that. Because it's very confidential. You can't just go immediately. Otherwise, we will not appreciate. And so, as we try to understand the blossomed flower of Srimati Radharani's love, we have to understand that like any flower, it opens up gradually. So if you look at the followers of Mahaprabhu who reveal the glory of Srimati Radharani's love, an amazing thing you find is that they do it in stages. One individual who revealed Srimati Radharani's love to the whole world was Ramananda Rai. When Mahaprabhu came to see Ramananda Rai at the Godavari, then Mahaprabhu said, I'm the sannyasi, wherever I go, they always give me the mic and tell me, you give the class. So today, I don't want to give the class. Today, I want you to give the class. And today, I want to hear from you. And today I'm asking you the question, what is life's ultimate goal? And what does Ramananda Rai do? He ultimately comes to the point where life's ultimate goal is the love that is exchanged in Sri Vrindavan Dham between Krishna and the Brajabasis, and specifically between Krishna and Srimati Radharani. But does he say that immediately? No. He says life's ultimate goal, do your duty. Mahaprabhu says, Eho bhaiya, aage kaho. Is that what you're telling me the ultimate goal is? There must be something more than that. Then he says, yes, yes. Give up the results of the fruits of your activities. Mahaprabhu says, good, you're citing a lot of scripture, but eho bhaiya, aage kaho. That's still external. Say something more. And then step by step, he teaches us how to reach Srimati Radharani's love. Another follower of Mahaprabhu who reveals Srimati Radharani's love is Rupa Goswami. And so Rupa Goswami writes a beautiful book, Upadesh Amrita, the nectar of instruction. And in that nectar of instruction, what does Rupa Goswami do? He reveals the greatest place in creation, and he reveals the greatest personality in creation. The greatest place undoubtedly is Radha Kund, and the greatest personality is Radharani. But where does he begin? Vacho vegam manasa krodha vegam jiva vegam udarapasto vegam. Then, step by step, the favorable things, the unfavorable things, how to relate to devotees, how to ultimately get a taste for chanting the holy names, how to surrender, and then Srimati Radharani, step by step. Another person who reveals Srimati Radharani's love is Sanatan Goswami. And when Sanatan Goswami wants to reveal Srimati Radharani's love to the world, he also goes step by step. Because in the beautiful book, Brihad Bhagavatamrita, in the very first story, he is asking the question, who got the most mercy from Krishna? Obvious answer. But he doesn't immediately say Srimati Radharani. He goes on a journey, step by step. And ultimately, through each one of those steps, he learned something from every devotee that ultimately teaches us the kind of things we have to develop in our life in order to enter into this transcendent realm. Should I go through Brihad Bhagavatamrita and that journey? How do we come to the point of understanding Srimati Radharani is the greatest devotee? Sanatan Goswami, he tells the story of Narad Muni. Narad Muni wants to know who got the most mercy from Krishna. And so the first place that Narad Muni decides to go is Kumbh Mela. Kumbh Mela is coming up soon. And Kumbh Mela is a very interesting place because it's where all the spiritual people congregate. So naturally, if you want to know who got the most mercy, it's a good place to go, because that's where all the spiritual people are. Prabhupada said, even to this day, the Indian government doesn't know how all of these yogis get to Kumbh Mela. He said, but we know the secret. They go down in one river, they chant a mantra, and they emerge in the Triveni Sangam. I went to Kumbh Mela 12 years ago and I saw all these yogis coming out. I was like, wow, maybe they just teleported. So Narad Muni came to Allahabad, Prayag. He came to Kumbh Mela, trying to find out who got the most mercy from Krishna. And then he saw many, many ascetics. But then amongst them, he saw one Brahmana. This Brahmana was known as the Prayag Brahmana. And the Brahmana took out his Shaligram Shila. He began worshipping very, very beautifully, very, very attentively, with great devotion. He completed his puja. He was so cultured, so respectful. He fed all the Vaishnavas. Narad Muni was just observing him. And he said, this one, he got the most mercy from Krishna. So he came up to the Prayag Brahmana and he said, I think you got the most mercy from Krishna. I'm looking at the way you worship Krishna. You have so much devotion. He said, there are so many ascetics here, but nasadhayati mam yogo nasankhya dharma uddhava nasvadhyayas tapascheva yatha bhaktir mamorjita. Krishna is not impressed by sadhana. Krishna is not impressed by yoga. Krishna is not impressed by yagya or tapa. Krishna is not impressed by svadhyay. Krishna is impressed by one who has bhakti. And I'm looking at you and you have a lot of bhakti. I think you're the one that got the most mercy from Krishna. And he said, you're wrong. It's not me. Because you're seeing me at a festival. At a festival, everyone's fired up. But there is another personality who has a festival every single day. You see me worshipping like this personality, he worships like this every single day is a festival in his life. And he has so much, but he utilizes all of that to bring together the whole community in worshipping Krishna. I worship alone, but he brings many together. Therefore, if you want to say, I think you definitely got the most mercy from Krishna. It seems like you guys have a festival here every single day. The king looked at him and said, I'm doing what I can, but I'm definitely not the one who got the most mercy. Because you think my festivals are big, but there's someone who has way more than me. You think my kingdom's big, there's someone who has a dominion much greater than me. And me, I can serve for a short period of time, but this personality lives for an extremely long time. If you want to know who got the mercy from Krishna, you have to go higher. And you have to go and meet Indra. Go to Amaravati and see Indra. Because if you think I'm a king who's worshipping, you should go and see Indra. He's worshipping and he does much more than what I do. And so Narad Muni went to meet Indra. And so in Indraloka, in Amaravati, Indra was worshipping Vamandev. So then Narad Muni arrived there. And he looked at Indra and he looked at everything that was going on. And he said, Indra, definitely you got the most mercy from Krishna. Indra said, me? Don't you know history? I've made so many blunders in my life. For one, Krishna became angry with me. Because when the Vrijabasis stopped the offerings that were meant for me, then out of pride, I sent the Samvartak cloud. And Krishna, he was very, very disappointed. I had to go and beg forgiveness. Indra said, don't you know, one day I offended my guru, Brihaspati. And then later on, I killed the Brahmana, Twasta. And then later on, I had to ask for Didichi Muni's bones to rectify the whole situation. He said, I did Guru Aparad, Brahma Hatya, and Vaishnav Ninda all in one day. And you're telling me I got the most mercy from Krishna? Don't you know I'm making blunders left, right, and center? It's not me. There's someone higher than me. You're looking at me thinking I live for a Manu or a Manvantar. But there is one person, in his one day, there are 14 Manus. He lives for an extremely long time. You think I have a big kingdom? This person is in charge of the whole show. And this personality is so great that they were directly instructed by Krishna from within. Who's that? Tene brahmarida ya adikavaye muyanti yat surayaha. Go to Brahmaloka. So Narad Muni goes to Brahmaloka. And there in Brahmaloka, where Mahapurush himself is residing, then Narad Muni comes there and says to Brahma, don't cheat me now. I know you're the one who got the most mercy from Krishna. You were the first person to see Krishna, and you were the first person to be instructed by Krishna. Clearly, you got the most mercy from Krishna. Brahma looked at Narad Muni, he said, who sent you here? Who told you this? Narad Muni says, Indra. He goes, Indra? Brahma said, I made a worse mistake even than Indra. Because although Indra made a mistake, the net result of his mistake was that all the Brajabasis came together for 7 days, for 7 nights, and that had never happened before. Krishna was actually happy with his mistake. But what was my mistake? I stole the cowherd boys, I stole all the calves, and I caused Krishna to be separated from his devotees. I made a massive blunder. Brahma said to Narad Muni, haven't you read the Bhagavatam? In the 2nd canto, don't you see? Even I'm susceptible to be overcome by Rajagun. I try to do my service for Krishna, but I have many weaknesses. I am not the one who got the most mercy from Krishna. Brahma looks at Narad and he says, look, instead of just hearing what this person has to say, this person has to say, go by Shastra. Now I'm going to send you to the person who's the greatest Vaishnav. And I'm not just telling you my opinion, I'm telling you the opinion of Shastra. Because Shastra says this person is the greatest Vaishnav. Nimnaganam yatha Ganga, Devanam achyuto yatha, Vaishnavanam yatha Shambhu, Purananam idam tatha. Of all rivers, Ganga is foremost. Of all devas, Achyuta is foremost. Of all Puranas, Bhagavatam is foremost. And of all Vaishnavas, Shiva is the top. Narad Muni went, Shiva Loka. And before Shiva could even say anything, he said, I've got Shastric proof. You don't say anything to me. I've got Shastric proof. And Lord Shiva, he said, no, I am not the greatest Vaishnav. This is just the kindness of the sages. Vaishnavas always see the good. I am not the greatest. He said, how can I be the greatest? I came down in the world as a Mayavadi. And I deviated the world away from surrendering to Krishna. How can you say, look at me, look at my habits, look at what I do. I reward the wrong people. I create disturbances. Isn't it? Vrikasura came to me and I rewarded him. And then I got in trouble. Krishna had to bail me out. So Shiva said, look, it's not me. You're trying to quote Shastra to me. But let me tell you Krishna's own words. There is another devotee by Krishna's own words who was identified as the crest jewel of all Vaishnavas. This devotee is so powerful that Krishna had to come in a unique way, in a unique form, in a unique mood, never seen before in the whole world, just to keep the words of his devotee true. This devotee is so powerful that he's constantly thinking of Krishna. And therefore he's the emblem of Smaranam. And the goal of the Vaishnavas is to always remember Krishna and never forget him. So if you want to know who got the most mercy from Krishna, you have to go to Bhakta. Shiromani. Of course, Prahlad. So Narad Muni came to Prahlad. The interesting thing is that the Guru comes to the disciple and says, you're the greatest devotee of Krishna. That's amazing. The Guru is so humble. Prahlad's looking at Narad saying, I learned it all from you. You're Narada. You're the one who gives Narayan to everyone. Prahlad says, I have to humbly submit that I am not the greatest devotee. You know why? Because I took service from Krishna. I just sat there meditating on Krishna, and I made Krishna think deeply about how to circumvent all of Brahmaji's benedictions given to Hiranyakashipu. The Lord had to work hard. He had to rack his brains, not in the night, not in the day, not inside, not outside, not with your weapons, not on the lap, like. I gave the Lord a good workout. Do you think the greatest devotee has the Lord serve them? The greatest devotee is dedicated to serving the Lord. And therefore, if you want to know who got the most mercy from Krishna, this person dedicated their life to service. They were the emblem of dasyam. When they opened their heart, then it was clear to the whole world that the Supreme Lord was situated right there. And this personality was willing to go to any lengths to serve, to take on any danger. Who was that? Hanuman. And so the Lord went to Hanuman. Narad Muni went to Hanuman. And so he said to Hanuman, you're the greatest devotee. It's all being confirmed. It's all there because a devotee is a servant. Jivera Swarupa Hoy, Krishnera Nitya Das, Krishnera Tatasta Shakti, Beda Beda Prakash. The greatest devotee is the greatest servant. And you can't say you're not a great servant. Everyone knows it. You've dedicated your life to service. Therefore, you must be the greatest devotee. And Hanuman says, I served the Lord, and the Lord was with me for some time. But after some time, the Lord left. And therefore, my conclusion is I'm not the one who got the most mercy from the Lord. Because the Lord was with me, and after the job was done, then the Lord left. But there were some individuals who had the Lord as their constant companion. There were certain individuals who didn't just have a reverential relationship. My relationship with God is very reverential, but they had a friendship. They were with the Lord for when they were in trouble, the Lord came. The Lord was their advisor, and the Lord even became their charioteer. Therefore, if you want to know who got the most mercy, you have to go to these individuals, because these individuals, Krishna was by their side through thick and thin. The Pandavas. So then Narad Muni went to Hastinapur. Lucky for us, Narad Muni likes traveling. It's like, this is a long journey, So Narad Muni came to Hastinapur, the Pandavas, and he started glorifying them. And the Pandavas said, no, 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 no. You got it all wrong. Yes, the Lord was with us. Yes, the Lord was our friend. Yes, the Lord protected us. But you see, our relationship with Krishna still carries an agenda. You see, why does Krishna come to this world? Yada yada idharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham. When Krishna comes to this world, he has some work to do. And the work he has to do is he has to dharma sanstha. Anarthaya. He has to establish dharma. And in order to establish dharma, he needs kings. And therefore, the Lord came to this world and he kind of spent time with us. And he helped us to become the kings. But it was kind of to do his job. But there are individuals who he just had a family relationship with. There are individuals who got more mercy than us because the Lord with them had no agenda per se. But rather, they were just the close associates. They were just his inner circle. And who are they? The Yadus. So then Narad Muni went to the Yadus. And the Yadus, they said, definitely we got a lot of mercy from Krishna. But you have to be more specific. Because you're looking for the person who got the most mercy from Krishna. So the Yadus are numerous. There's so many of us. We're not denying. We got mercy from Krishna for sure. But if you want to know who got the most mercy from Krishna, there was one of us. It was one of the Yadus who was by Krishna's side. One Yadu who looked exactly like Krishna. One Yadu who Krishna always went to when he needed advice. One Yadu who, he was so great. This Yadu, one time, he saw a lady and he became attracted. And when he became attracted to this lady, he became completely bewildered. How can I be attracted to the lady? I can only be attracted to Krishna. How is it possible that I'm attracted to a lady? And this Yadu concluded, there's only one explanation. The lady must be Krishna. And indeed, this Yadu found out that this lady was indeed Krishna. Because this person, he can't have attraction for anyone or anything else apart from Krishna. This Yadu is very, very special. This Yadu is... Well done. Uddhav, a great devotee. Narad Muni went to him. Narad was realizing, I'm kind of seem to be coming to the end of my journey here. I don't know how many more people can deny me. He came to Uddhav and he said, Uddhav, you are the crest jewel of the Yadavas. You were with Krishna. Krishna, when he was missing Vrindavan, he would talk to you. He sent you. He asked many things of you. Clearly, you were closest to Krishna. And then Uddhav said, that's what I thought. I thought there could be no one more close to Krishna than me. And I thought Krishna loves me so much, whenever he has something to do, he always comes to me. He can rely on me. And therefore, one time Krishna asked me to do something and he asked me to go somewhere. And I thought, yes, Krishna, I'll do you a favor because after all, we're close. And so Krishna sent me with a message. And Krishna sent me to the land, the playground of God. Krishna sent me to that place. And I was thinking, what will I do there? I am the student of Brihaspati. I give big classes. And now you're sending me to a cowherd village? What will I speak to them? I have so much philosophy to give. Probably I'll stay there for a few hours and then I'll just have to leave. It's like a PhD professor going to a kindergarten school. What will I teach? What will I tell them? Will they even understand my language? Uddhav said, I went to Braj. When I came, I was looking for Nanda Maharaj's house. And then I was wondering, where is Nanda Maharaj? I asked the Brijabasi, where is Nanda Maharaj? Where does he live? And the Brijabasi said, just look at that stream. Follow that stream. Follow the stream. And then he realized this was the stream of tears coming from the courtyard of Nanda Maharaj. Because Yashoda was crying. Crying in separation. Constantly crying, crying, crying. Krishna, he's left. And so the Brijabasi told Uddhav, just follow the tears. Follow the road of tears. And that will take you to the home of Nanda Maharaj. Uddhav ji saw the devotion of Nanda Maharaj, the devotion of Yashoda. Then finally he went to that place, Uddhav Kyari. Very mystical place. And there, when he approached in the chariot that Akrura had driven to take Krishna and Balaram to Mathura, and as the gopis saw in the distance a dust of cloud and a chariot coming, they recognized the chariot. Has Krishna come back? He did say he would come back. But no, it wasn't. It was Uddhav. He looked like Krishna, but he wasn't Krishna. And Uddhav said, I've come to you to give you a message written by Krishna's own hand. They took the letter from Uddhav's hand. They smelt it. They began rubbing it all over their body, trying to remember Krishna. We're missing you so much. Uddhav began to relay messages, and very, very quickly he understood. I'm out of my depth here. This devotion, this love, this level of dedication, this type of crying for Krishna, I have never seen anyone embody in my whole life. And therefore, Uddhav, who would only stay there, he thought, I'll only stay there a few days, they won't get my language. He realized, I have to learn their language. I have to learn their language of love. Because their language of love is a type of love that has conquered Krishna. Napareyeham niravadya samyujam sasadu krityam vibudayushapiva yama bhajandur jageha shrinkala samvrishta tadva pratiyatu sadhuna. Krishna said to the gopis, again you made me contradict myself. I declared boldly to the whole world, Ye yatha mam prapadyante, as they surrender unto me, I'll reward them accordingly. You guys, you made me contradict my words. Because napadeyeham niravadya samyujam. I can't repay you. I have nothing. I have nothing in my power to repay you for the devotion and love that is emanating from every iota of your being. So Uddhav was observing all of this. Uddhav ended up staying there much longer than he expected. Uddhav came back to Mathura. Krishna heard, Uddhav has come back. Krishna was looking everywhere for him. Where is he? You know where Krishna found him? In a Goshala milking a cow. It's like, Uddhav, what are you doing in the Goshala milking a cow? The Vrajabhav had rubbed off on him. He looked at Krishna and said, your devotees are amazing. Uddhav looked at Narad Muni. I'm not the greatest devotee. The greatest devotees are the gopis. Because they love Krishna in a way that transcends all formality and ritual. This type of love makes Krishna a prisoner. Krishna says, Aham bhakta paradino yashvantantra evadvija sadubir grashta ridayo. Krishna says, I am not independent. I am completely subjugated by my devotees. And the gopis are those devotees. And so Uddhav looked at Narad Muni and he said, it's not me, it's the gopis. Me, I made a prayer. Asamaho charanadrenujusam maham shyam vrindavane kimapi gulmalatau sadhinam yaduschajam jaramajam paramatva bhitva bejur mukunda padavim shrutibir vimrigyam. Uddhav said, I made a prayer that I just want to become a clump of grass. I want to become a clump of grass some way off the main track of Vrindavan. So that when the gopis in ecstasy are looking for Krishna and they go into a madness and then they go into a grove asking all the plants and the trees and the insects, where is Krishna, where is Krishna? Then in that ecstasy, maybe they'll step on me. And if they step on me, then my life will be successful. So the gopis, their love is glorified in this way by Narad Muni in Brihat Bhagavatamrita. And amongst those gopis, Srimati Radharani is the foremost, so special. Srimati Radharani makes a prayer. May the earth element of my body when I die merge into the ground of Braj so that Krishna can run along that ground with the cowherd boys. May the air element of my body mix with the winds of Vraj so that as Krishna is performing his pastimes, then it will carry beautiful aromas for his pleasure. May the water element of my body mixed with the Yamuna so that when Krishna wants to go and have those sporting pastimes in those beautiful waters, then it will be very cool and pleasing for him. May the fire element of my body merge with the flame that Krishna uses every single day to see his own reflection and decorate his transcendental body. And may the ether element, where does Srimati Radharani want her ether element to be mixed with in Braj? Nanda Maharaj's courtyard. She said, may the ether element of my body merge into Nanda Maharaj's courtyard so that courtyard can expand. And so Krishna, Balaram and all the cowherd boys can play there. Because their pastimes in Braj of divine play, this is what conquers our hearts. And this is the most cherished destination of every single living entity. Shrimati Radharani ki, Radhastami Maha Mahotsav ki, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Swami Maharaj ki. We once again just want to thank Maharaj for being here for Radhastami and this wonderful festival and spending a couple of days with us here amongst his busy North American tour schedule. Can we give one big Hari Bol for Maharaj one more time? Hari! Hari! Hari Bol! Maharaj also has some books that he's written that will be available for those who would like to purchase them. If you would like those books, you can see Ras Kishore Prabhu. Can you raise your hand? As well as Vishnu Prabhu. I don't know if he's here, but where will they be?
in the Prashadam hall. After the festival, you can see them there to get the books. So now we'll have the Pushpa Abhishek, where the deities are bathed in 16,000 rose petals, I believe, this year, which would be an amazing sight to see. Which 16,000, yeah. So we just want to make some space and ask everyone. You know, the temple is very, very packed. It will continue to get more packed, so we just need to kind of bear together. Sorry, Prabhu, go ahead.
Hare Krishna, everyone. So we need at least first 3 rows for the kids, small kids, because they can't see it. So accommodate for them, all the Gurukul kids and all the small kids. And leave the space completely, the lines where the stanchions are there. Nobody should be sitting in the stanchions. That is for the instant darshan. So, yeah.
So as Prabhu said, we need a little bit of space in the front. So those devotees who are sitting in the front, we just ask them to move back to make space for the children. And then we need a little bit of space in the middle as well for the kirtan. And if the kirtaniyas can go ahead and get set up in the middle, that will help. And if you see any devotees that are standing in the back, that means that if those who are sitting could please come forward a little more. I know it's tight, but as much as possible, if we can be squeezed together, there'll be many, many more devotees coming in to take darshan. Go ahead and get the kirtan set up in the middle, otherwise you're not going to get free. Is it here or there? Okay. Can you guys move them out the temple? Yeah. Get them. You guys pick up the stuff and move it out. Hey! Bolo Jai Jai Shri Radhe! Bolo Jai Jai Shri Radhe!
We need to take this out.
Yeah, they're going to take it out right now.
Announcement for them to make.
You guys are going to go to the kirtan right now. Right here? We need a path so we can get this out. Okay.
Ask them to so they can see the gas sun out.
Jai 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 Shri Radhe. The stanchions. Hare Krishna, Hansaduta Prabhu. Hansaduta Prabhu. Can we please open both doors and then open one of the stanchions there, please? We need to move the Vyasasan out. And then Kalindi. Hello. Kalin. Is she going to sing there?
She needs to make donor announcements. So we can use the wireless mic then? The wireless mic, that's better. Do you want to use this? Let's use this because sometimes that gets a bit tricky. Yeah, they get very airy into it.
You can't
Haribol. I know it's very crowded, but as you can see in the back, many more devotees are trying to get in. So if there's any inch possible, we can become a very close community today to welcome Radharani. So please move forward the space here. Any crevice or crack in the temple, feel free to move into that space just so we can really make more space for more devotees.
Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha. Okay.
Haribo.
Yes? No? Kala Chanji Radha, Kala Chanji Radha. The mic's like really quiet. It's been really. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So just before the Pushpa Abhishek starts, I'd like to list off the name of sponsors. If we can hold our applause and our Haribols for the very end, then this will be much quicker. So the Radhashtami outfit was sponsored by disciples of His Holiness Radhanath Swami. Then we have a couple of sponsors just for Radhashtami overall. So His Grace Virendra Sutta Prabhu, Preeti and Sam Patel, Venu Bihari Das and family, Balaram Haridas and family, an anonymous donor, Dauji Nitai Das Prabhu and family, Vaishnav Sevak Das, not family, Baladas and family, Sarvajai Madhav Prabhu and family on behalf of New Navadvip Dham, on behalf of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, Abhay Deer and family, Rupamrita Sindhu Das and family, and then Shyameshwar Das and family, Renuka Gupta, sorry. If we could please give everybody a big Haribol. And all the sponsors, please forgive me for not reading out the amounts. I'm sure the devotees want to get the festival going. There's also 3 people that we'd also like to thank. Preeti Masi in the back, every year for 15 years running, she organizes and commands the breaking of all of the flower petals that are going to be showered on Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji. Helping her this year was Chitra Mataji, and then Radha Krishna Prabhu for the cut up. So thank you so very much.
Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe.
Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe.
Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe.
Jaya Radha Kala Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe
Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda 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 Radhe
Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radhe
Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radhe
Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radhe Jaya Radhe Sham Radhe Sham Radhe Sham Jaya Radhe Sham Jaya Radhe Sham Radhe Sham Radhe Sham Jaya Radhe Sham Jaya Radha Nila Madhava Radha Nila Madhava Radhe Jaya Radha Nila Madhava Radha Nila Madhava Radhe Jaya Radha Madana Mohan Radha Madana Mohan Radhe Jaya Radha Madana Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe
Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe
Jaya Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Radhe
Jaya Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Radhe
Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe
Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan
Jaya Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Radhe
Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Radhe
Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Radhe
Jaya Radha Ramana Radha Ramana 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 Radhe
Jaya Radha Banki Bihari Radha Banki Bihari Radhe
Jaya Radha Kunja Bihari
Radha Banki Bihari Radhe Jaya Radha Banki Bihari Radha Banki Bihari Radhe
Jaya Radha Banki Bihari Radha Banki Bihari Radhe
Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda 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 Radhe
Jaya Radha Vrindavan Chandra Radha Vrindavan Chandra Radhe
Jaya Radha Vrindavan Chandra Radha Vrindavan Chandra Radhe
Jaya Radha Vrindavan Chandra Radha Vrindavan Chandra Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Vrindavan Chandra Radha Vrindavan Chandra Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Radha Kanta Radha Radha Kanta Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Radha Kanta Radha Radha Kanta Radhe
Jaya Radha Radha Kanta Radha Radha Kanta Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Radha Kanta Radha Kanta Radhe
Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe
O Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe
Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe
Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe
Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe
राधे जया जया माधव दयिते 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 गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते गोकुल गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल 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 महिते ओ राधे जय जय माधव दयिते जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते दामोदर राती वरधन वेशे 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 हरि निष्कुत विंदा विपिनेशे 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 राधे जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते वृषभानुदाधि नव शशिलेखे वृषभानु
शिलेके
वृषभानुदाधि नव शशिलेके
वृषभानुदाधि नव शशिलेके
वृषभानुदाधि नव शशिलेके
वृषभानुदाधि नव शशिलेके
लालिता सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे
सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे
लालिता सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे
ललिता सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे
लालिता सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे
ललिता सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते राधे
जय जय माधव गाइते
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते
जय माधव गाइते
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते
करुणां कुरु मयि करुणा भरिते
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 सनक सनातन वनिता चरिते
सनक सनातन वर्णिता चरिते
सनक सनातन वनिता चरिते
सनक सनातन वर्णिता चरिते
सनक सनातन वनिता चरिते
सनक सनातन वर्णिता चरिते
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते राधे
जय जय माधव गाइते
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते
जय जय माधव गाइते
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते
राधे जय जय माधव गाइते
गोकुल तारुणी मंडल माहिते गोकुल
तारुणी मंडल महिते
गोकुल तारुणी मंडल माहिते
गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते
गोकुल तारुणी मंडल माहिते
गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते
गोकुल Mahite
Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite
Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite
Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite
Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite
Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Radhe
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Radhe
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
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 Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Radhe
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe 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 Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Radhe
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite,
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 Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Shri Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Radhe Radhe Jai 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 Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Radhe Kala Chanji Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Jai Jai Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Radhe Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Radhe Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe
Radhe Radhe Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Radhe Radhe Jai Jai
Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Radhe Jai 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 Shri Radhe,
Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Radhe Jai 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 Shri Radhe,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare